Power does what it wants. Power does what it wants. Power does what it wants.
If not, what should be the remedy?
The only difference is that our contract does not provide for just cause, it provides for cause only, not just cause.
So was the grievance discharged without cause? And if so, what should be the remedy?
Correct.
All right. I see the burden of proof is on the city. Question.
The other issues that I know were brought up in the phase 1 and 3 agreements, and I believe were listed on this one, was discrimination and violation of the Officer Bill of Rights.
Okay, so is there a specific discrimination clause in the collective bargaining agreement?
There is, but if that comes under 4.1 of the CBA was put into the original agreements. And 4.1 discusses discrimination, but it doesn't discuss discrimination between unions or anything like that. It just provides for discrimination against an employee. And I would also add at this point that, again, under the CBA, the only issues that can be addressed by the arbitrator are those issues that were put into the original agreements. So while 4.1 was included, no other provision regarding discrimination was provided, and therefore would be outside the bounds of the arbitration.
Okay, so a charge of discrimination was raised in the initial grievance, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But I again, let me just point for the record, section 12.7 of the CBA limits what an arbitrator can consider. And what it can consider are only the things that are raised in the initial grievance. And in fact, the arbitrator has no power or authority to amend, change, or add to that original grievance. So again, while I agree that 4.1 was included in the original grievance, that one talks about discrimination on the basis of race,
Right.
sex, gender, age, etc. So I just want to be clear that it's limited.
Right. So is there another claim of discrimination other than a race, sex, color, creed, national origin here?
There is the alternative to that, and that is one of the claims. There is the alternative to that of discrimination based upon the union they're affiliated with.
Okay, discrimination based on union. Okay, hang on. 4.3 mentions interference of coercion by the city against the union. However, you're saying, city, that that particular claim of discrimination wasn't based on agreement.
In the original grievance, and therefore it's not arbitrable. If you say that correctly, it's always twists around my tongue. But yeah, that would not be something that the arbitrator could consider, because again, we're bound by 12.7 of the CBA to only consider what was raised in the grievance, and you don't have the authority to add, amend, or change. So therefore, the 4.3 claim would not be something that you could arbitrate.
Okay, I'm not going to prohibit them from putting in evidence because it may become relevant, depending on what precedent is cited. Was the issue of discrimination based on union discussed after the first step? Well, actually, you can look that over, but arguments can be raised that the issue was discussed without objection and therefore waived. That's a tough road to hoe, but I'm not going to deny you going through that.
If I could then, just for the record, say that we would object to any testimony at this point regarding 4.3, and we'll address that in our legal brief and memorandum.
Right.
Closing argument.
So, again, I'll hear it and we'll see where it goes. All right. Now, what is the relief requested?
A punishment consistent with the comparables. And essentially what that would amount to is a small suspension, reinstatement, and back pay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
And back pay.
Standard request is to be made whole for all wages and benefits lost. We have a provision in here that discounts for unemployment received or which could have been received.
Unemployment or other work that they may have performed and would be mitigated against any.
Okay, the next thing. We know the city has a burden of proof. Is there a stipulation as to the quantum of proof? Is it preponderance of the evidence, clear and convincing evidence beyond reasonable doubt?
I think the CBA, I may not be correct about this, and I want to address that, but I think it's clear and convincing, but again, I want to address that in our CBA, in our brief.
Okay, well, be prepared both sides for that to be argued. I don't want one side to brief and the other not. So,
Okay.
all right.
Perhaps at some point, before we submit, we can discuss that and come to a stipulation.
Okay, does the employer maintain there's a limitation on the arbitrator to mitigate a penalty?
To mitigate a penalty.
In other words, some employers take the position that an arbitrator can either say yes or no to discipline, it's either just cause or not, but can't decide, as the union would want it to be a lesser penalty.
Well, I think you can mitigate it any way you want,
Okay.
if you're going to mitigate.
Yes, yes. All right. I'm assuming we are not going to be discussing issues of failure to mitigate or interim earnings at this point.
No, not at this point.
We're going to reserve that for the remedy phase, if any.
Right. I would ask that we reserve that to a remedy phase. If we get to one, we can submit that either by
Okay.
additional testimony or whatever.
Right.
At this point, no, I don't think we need to.
Very good. Now, FMCS suggests that the parties stipulate that I retain jurisdiction for 90 days beyond the date of the award to resolve any issues which may arise with respect to a calculation or implementation of the remedy. We have that.
Yes, the city agrees to that.
Okay. Do we have any joint exhibits other than the collective bargaining agreement?
Well, we have some exhibits that overlap, but I think we'll do our best to just provide one copy to you. I think we can work that out as we
Okay.
go.
Very good. And I note that joint exhibit 1 is expired. I understand there is a successor agreement. This matter is arbitrable, but I am to concentrate on the language of joint exhibit 1. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes. Does either party request that witnesses be sworn?
I think witnesses should be sworn.
I thought they will be. I get off the record discussion about separation of witnesses. I understand we don't have to.
No, correct.
Correct. All right, real quick. Is it Marville Tucker?
Yes,
How would you like to be addressed? Marville, Mr. Tucker?
whichever is your choice.
We'll do Mr. Tucker.
Doesn't matter.
All right, have you been through an arbitration before? Okay, let me explain briefly. Basically, it sets up like a court case where the employer is suing you for your job. There you are saying you did something, etc. Everything comes in through testimony of a witness or a document brought in by a witness. There's going to be an opening statement. That's not evidence. Now, they can say whatever they want. Each side can say whatever they want, but that's not evidence. That's just to prepare me to listen. The best thing for you to do is, as you go along, if there are things that have not been asked or should be asked, get a note to your counsel. If you need a break, or anybody needs a break at any time, except during their own testimony, request it, and they'll be allowed. Are we good?
Yes.
All right. Opening statement, employer?
Yes, I'm just noting, if we could go back for a
Sure.
second. The standard of review is in 12.8 of the CBA. The standard of review of the arbitrator's decision on a disciplinary action grievance shall be whether the record establishes that the city proved that the disciplinary action taken was for cause, not just cause, but for cause.
But it doesn't speak to the quantum of proof.
No, it does not.
Okay. Very good.
I thought I'd just know that for you since.
Oh, no, that's fine. It's fine.
Which article is that?
12.7.
8.
12.8. I was never good at math. that problem.
That's why we're attorneys.
Yeah, exactly. And it become a doctor. I don't know what we want. May I proceed with opening?
Yes, you may, sir.
And if, sir, may I stand, because I'm going to be using this
Okay.
video, if that's all right, thank you. Good morning, my name is Gary Glassman, I represent the city of Daytona Beach, and just for your information, sir, to my immediate right is Lisa Barnett, she is paralegal with the city. To her right is Chief Jakari Young, he is the chief of police for the city of Daytona Beach, and to his right is James Sexton, who is the HR manager for the city of Daytona Beach. I will try my best to keep this short, but you know what they say when lawyers say that.
Yeah, just a few more questions.
Just a few more questions.
Usually lasts about 6 hours.
Right, that's when you pull out the cots and the sleeping blankets and you say, okay, fine. We're here today, sir, to look at the situation involving Mr. Tucker and Mr. Paul, who were terminated by the city for actions that they took on July 14, 2021. We're going to see repeatedly, I suppose, a video of that incident. And in fact, I will show it to you now as part of my opening. It's not yet in evidence, but I believe it will eventually be. But I will show it to you. What happened essentially was that on that date, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Anthony Medina, or Medina, I think it's Medina, I'm not exactly sure, was taken into custody on the suspicion that he was intoxicated while he was driving. And as normal protocol, he was brought from the scene to the police department in Daytona Beach for the purpose of being given a breathalyzer test, which is normal procedure. And then after the test, if he was to be formally arrested, he would then go to the county jail. The city doesn't maintain the jail, it's maintained by the county, but that's the process. We put them in a van and off they go to jail. That would have been probably, and did I think happen with Mr. Medina.
M-E-D-I-N-A?
M-E-D-I-N-A, yes, sir. Okay, so here's what happens. He gets taken to the city police department, and he is brought into a hallway. And the purpose for bringing him into the hallway is simple. The test machine takes time to warm up. So they have to keep him there until the test can be administered, until the machine is ready to go. And the person who has been called in to conduct what I would call the breathalyzer test, I'm sure there's other terms for it, the intoxication test, let's call it that. The person who was to conduct that test was Mr. Tucker. And so Mr. Medina is brought in by the arresting police officers. I believe that was Officer Rowland at the time. And he is placed on a chair, and he is sitting in the hallway waiting for the test to be conducted. Now, I'm going to admit candidly, right up front, this gentleman used excessively foul language. He was deeply, it appears to me, I'm not an expert in this, but it appears to me he was deeply intoxicated. Foul language that was directed almost exclusively, if not exclusively, at Officer Tucker, Mr. Tucker. Why he chose that, I don't know. He was drunk, and for some reason he just decided to direct his animosity towards Mr. Tucker. And yes, there was an enormous amount of name calling by this gentleman. He was loud, as we used to say when I was a kid. I mean, he was gone, okay? Mr. Tucker remained for the most part, as you're going to see in the hallway, and actually began to engage this gentleman in some of this ongoing confrontation, verbal confrontation. Even to the point where at times Mr. Tucker would wiggle his tongue, and I think you can even see that on the video, would wiggle his tongue at Mr. Medina, obviously in reaction to what was being said to Mr. Tucker, but completely unnecessarily, completely unprofessional. And all that this did was to heighten the confrontation between Mr. Medina and Mr. Tucker. The city will always contend throughout this entire confrontation that had Mr. Tucker removed himself from the scene, especially when Mr. Medina said, "I'm not going to take the test," had he done so, this never would have happened. Because the anger from this guy, I don't know why, but the anger from Mr. Medina was clearly focused almost exclusively at Mr. Tucker.
So there was more than one officer there at the?
Yes, yes. There, we will show you in a second, as you can even begin to see, that's Officer Tucker, and we're going to show you a few of the clips now during the opening, and we'll show you the longer clips. And yes, there were other officers. It wasn't as though Mr. Tucker was the only officer there, and he had to be there to keep this guy under control. That was not the case. That was never the case throughout. And one of the strongest premises in this case that the city will argue over and over and over again is that throughout this confrontation, had Mr. Tucker removed himself, as he should have done, because he was only there for the purpose of giving the test, and when the test was not going to be taken, he had no further purpose to be there. Had he removed himself, Mr. Medina, who was having a fine, well, I don't want to say fine relationship, but was getting along with the other officers, would not have allowed this confrontation to occur. That's one of the basic contentions that the city has, that we know that our officers are trained to not escalate situations, but de-escalate. And we all know, I mean, you have to be living in a cave these days not to understand why it is that it's so important for our officers to learn to de-escalate. That becomes one of the biggest teachings, and you're going to hear from our chief of police, who has been in this department for years, how this department has taught repeatedly over and over again about de-escalation. Okay. What happens then eventually is Mr. Medina decides he's not going to take the test, so now comes the transport. They're going to take him from this hallway, get him out into what we call the Sally Port, where the cars and the van is located, and he will then be transported to the county jail. And they get him out there, and at the same time that he's out in the Sally Port, Mr. Poth arrives, and if I'm saying it incorrectly, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sure you'll correct me if I do. No, Mr. Poth arrives on another matter. He's not there for Mr. Medina, he's brought somebody else in. And he, just looking at the video, you can see that he observes this constant confrontation. They have Mr. Medina against a police car. And you can see that he continues. I mean, I don't deny it, you'll hear it. He continues with the foul language, with the cursing, with the derogatory terms. I mean, no question. He continues with that against Mr. Tucker. Nobody else, just Mr. Tucker. Okay, so Mr. Poth arrives, he sees this situation going on, excuse me, and he steps in, lends a hand here at this point, and tries to separate Mr. Tucker from Mr. Medina. Now, he will tell us, I believe, according to his IA, that what he should have done at that point was also said to Mr. Tucker, get out of here, leave. You're only making this situation worse.
Whenever you use abbreviations, fill me in. What's an IA?
Oh, I'm sorry. Internal investigation or internal affairs investigation.
Okay. Thank you.
I should know that. I get so used to saying IA, I forget that. It's just the term we use. Okay. So, Mr. Poth separates the two. Okay. This gentleman keeps going, but Mr. Tucker doesn't leave. He stands basically a couple of feet, maybe even less, away from this guy, from Mr. Medina. And this confrontation continues. Now, again, one of the claims that the city is going to make is that at that point, There was no reason for Mr. Tucker to be there. He wasn't going to be administering the test. Paul was there. Medina didn't want the test. Mr. Tucker should have left at that point, especially given this confrontation that was taking place. Professionalism, civility, de-escalation, the things that we teach should have should have been primarily in the mind of Mr. Tucker. And had he left, given the fact that Medina was not cursing at other people, we believe that this whole incident could have been avoided had Mr. Tucker done what he should have done.
And again, the only people present at that point are Tucker, Medina, and Paul.
No, there were other officers there as well, as you will see in the video.
Okay.
Okay, I don't mean to make it seem like he was the only officer. No, Officer Rowland was there, and Officer Roll was there. So there were other officers to control this guy.
Okay.
And understand, at this point, he's in handcuffs as well. Okay? So, Paul steps in, tries to separate the two, should have said to Tucker, leave. You're escalating and not de-escalating, but he doesn't do that. At some point, while they have his back against the car, Medina comes forward towards Mr. Tucker, and Mr. Tucker steps up, grabs him by the neck, and pushes him back against the car. And you'll see that in the video. Confrontation continues. What they were doing at this point was our policy says when you put a suspected prisoner into the van to transport them to the county jail, you put their hands in front. His hands were being handcuffed behind. They now were trying to put his handcuffs in front. Why? Because when you're in the van, if it gets a little shaky, we want a prisoner to be able to at least hold themselves up by using their hands, even though
What do you mean shaking the van?
Yeah. You could hit a rock, the road gets bumpy. Volusia County, okay? No offense to Volusia County. All right, so they're changing the handcuffs. Medina, this guy's not a good guy. I'm telling you he is. No perfect angel here. But at some point, while they're changing the handcuffs, he lifts his leg, as you will see, and according to Mr. Tucker, he kicks him in the groin. Okay? Kicks him in the groin. Now,
This is the perp kicking.
Mr. Tucker, yeah.
Okay.
At that point, the officers react. Mr. Paul and Mr. Tucker react. And what they do is they take him to the ground and they start punching him. Mr. Paul punches him several times in the face. Mr. Tucker punches him on the body, perhaps on the face. The video will show it. This is a man who is handcuffed. This is a man who is now on the ground. Was he verbally abusive? Sure. But really, he wasn't doing anything that necessitated this kind of reaction from Mr. Paul or Mr. Tucker. And you will see it in the video in about a minute when I start to show
Okay,
you.
just before I forget, what's the relative rank of Paul and Tucker?
They're
Same
officers.
Rank? Same rank?
Yes. Neither is a supervisor.
Gotcha.
Okay. Going ahead, the chief, as you will hear, and you're going to hear a lot from our chief. You're going to hear about his background. You're going to hear about his qualifications. You're going to hear about what he wants in his officers in his department. Given that this is the city of Daytona Beach with 75,000 permanent residents, and on any given day, we can have from 5,000 to 150,000 visitors, depending upon the event. So there is, if I can say this, some of those events, people do drink during NASCAR and Bike Week and stuff like that. Occasionally they do drink. So our officers have to be especially trained and especially sensitive and especially careful in dealing with people who are oftentimes intoxicated. And again, we will hear from our chief tell you that we instill in our officers the need to look away from the name calling. Because if every time you get called a name, that doesn't give you the right to beat someone up, and if you did, we have a serious situation. Okay, so just to go forward, before I show you the video, Chief will testify, he'll talk to you, he's going to give you a lot of information. He reviewed the video, and it was his determination that based on the totality of the circumstances, and especially when they took Medina down to the ground, handcuffed, and started punching him, that rated a need to terminate their employment.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that.
Required a need for their termination. And that's what the chief did in this particular case. Now, as they promised, get out the popcorn, get yourselves ready. Can you see this without my turning on the lights?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, good. We think we have this down to the right seconds, but you know, computers,
Okay.
they get a little crazy. I'm going to ask Lisa to first go to the hallway scene at about 16:57 or so, if she can see it, which is where they begin to enter the hallway.
Sir, I have a question. Do I need to take this down, sir?
Which one?
Do I need to take the video down, or is it going into evidence?
We're going to move it into evidence at some point.
I don't need to take down the verbal?
You take down what I say.
Right, but not, okay. I just
Yeah,
want to
no,
make sure.
it would be too confusing for you to get. Yeah, it'll go, I believe it will go into evidence, so let's just view it.
Yeah, it'll go in evidence. We'll
Yeah.
stipulate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody agrees this is the video. Okay. Here he is. You can probably tell already, he's our drunk guy,
Yeah,
okay?
good guess.
This is Mr. Tucker,
All right.
Officer Rowland. And I believe that's Officer Roll, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
What I'm
Okay?
gonna do is I'm gonna get myself closer.
Yeah, please
So,
do. Please join me up
Move
here.
that central table out and I'll roll that.
All right, let's do that. We're gonna have our people do that.
So that boarding for our dear has my shirt. Oh. Thank you. I don't think. I do need to see. I'm not blocking anybody here.
Are you okay?
I'm okay, as long as, yeah, if he speaks up, yeah,
Just want you to scream up.
yeah.
Well, I am a theater major, so I can't object.
Thank you.
Good.
Ready?
Yes, let's proceed. Officer Tucker, the sole purpose there to administer the test. We have two other officers at least who are dealing with Mr.
That's okay. That's okay. Hey, so take the shit off me. I bet you any money you scared of me. Take it off me. I'm going to second. Take it off me. Hey, yo, big brother. Hey, big brother. Take off the shoes. Sit down. Hey, you know what I'm doing? Sit down. You know what I'm doing? Yo, my attorney was to and your mother do something like this. Your mother and your mother, everybody was stuck in big ass little things. Yep, I promise you. Yo, faggot ass. Yo, bitch ass nigga. Your mother, your father, go ahead. You fucking bitch ass. Yes, I am. I promise you. Yes, I am. Fucking faggot. Yes, I am. You're a faggot. Yes, I am. You can't beat me. You're right. Bitch ass. You can't go to jail, aren't you? I go to jail. That's right. And I'm happy to go to jail. Yes, fucking faggot. But guess what? People like me, I ain't never disrespect nobody. But what you doing now? Never. I ain't never disrespecting. You know what? Your mother's a bitch. Is that funny right now? Hey, it's funny because your mother's a bitch. Yes, she is. And your father's a bitch. And your fucking bitch ass. Everybody's a bitch. You're right. Guess what? When I got money, bitch ass. I ain't gonna disrespect you, you fucking faggot. That's how I get a lie. Your mother can suck my dick. Yeah? All day. Pull that loose son. Do something, you faggot. Go ahead. You ain't got nothing to suck, you fucking faggot. That's my boo.
Now, let's stop this for a second.
Sure.
Why are they still sitting out in the hall? Is the machine warming up? Or
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay.
So the machine is warming up at this point.
Do you want me to advise? It's a 20-minute observation period.
Yeah.
Where the officer administering the breath test is required to observe him for 20 minutes prior to administering the breath test.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're a faggot. Your mother faggot, your father faggot. Yes, they are, man. That's how I am 100%. I dare you to touch me, you fucking faggot. That's how. Cause you know what? I got anything on you, fucking bitch ass nigga. Your mother's a bitch, your father's a bitch. Touch me. That's okay. You mad as fuck. You know why you mad? Cause you can't touch me. You fucking pussy. You're fucking pussy. You're a fucking pussy. Suck up. That little white dick. I guarantee you your sister would love my dick. You're a pussy. You're a pussy. Look my leg at. Look my leg at. You mad as hell, you fucking faggot. You Jamaican ass motherfucker. You mad as hell. You know why? Because your whole family can get the motherfucking United States, you fucking faggot. You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You know what? You're a faggot. And you know what? Your woman can suck my dick. You're mad? How are you mad? You laughing. You know why you mad laughing? Because your bitch sucked my dick. You're mad. Look at me. Look at me, you fucking faggot. Look at me. Look at me. They're mad. Sit down. Sit down. You bitch ass nigga. You bitch ass nigga. You wanna ride? I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna sit down. Your mother, your wife, everybody, faggot. You can suck my dick. Suck my dick. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it, motherfucker. Kill me, motherfucker. You're a piece of shit. Listen. You're a piece of shit. And baby girl. You're a piece of shit too. Hey, yo, big man. I ain't scared to die. You scared to die? Yeah. You scared to die, right? You scared to die, right? Why you scared to die? Let me go. Let me go. You know why? Because you scared, you fucking pussy. Your mother pussy. Your father pussy. Hit me. Hit me. But you're not going to jail today, are they? And I'm not going to jail. You're not? You know why? Why? Because I got more fucking power, you piece of shit. Power? That's okay. Well, that power must be good in the man. It's good, you piece of shit. You know what? You beat the shit out of me. You know what? I got proof. You know what? I got a lot of proof. Good. You piece of shit. I'm going to bring it to court. You want to see it? I'm going to bring it to court because you're a piece of shit. Shit. And you know what? I would never disrespect your mother. Your motherfucking father. You could look at that motherfucker all you want, you piece of shit. You dick riding, such motherfucker. Do something. Alcohol. You're a fucking piece of shit. His parents gonna be proud. Nah, if my parents proud, hey yo, don't be into this shit, cause you're gonna be in jail too. You know what? Amanda Cochavo, all the motherfuckers gonna get y'all motherfuckers. Hey, Brian, hey, I just go home. I'm not disrespecting you, right? Okay. I'm not disrespecting you. But guess what? The whole family gonna regret this shit. You know why? Because I'm fucking bricks. I'm bricks. And you Jamaican. You know that's all this right here is long. Okay, so let me go. Let me go, you bitch ass nigga.
This is Mr. Pout's car. Again, he's now arriving on the scene. He's not a part of this, but I just want to get an understanding. That's his part.
Yo, pussy. And guess what? Hey, he's rich, son. Yo, son, he's rich. Yo, pussy, you bitch ass nigga. You can't even beat me, you fucking faggot. Hit me, right here. Hit me, you fucking faggot. I ain't scared of you, you bitch ass nigga. Jamaican can suck my dick. Hit me. You fucking faggot, hit me. You fucking scared, you fucking faggot bitch. Your mother's a bitch. How about that? Take me out of here. Hey, yo, no, listen, you disrespect me. Get me the fuck out of here. Or you gonna respect that shit too. Manny Carrillo gonna disrespect you, and motherfucking Ross Barack gonna disrespect you. Listen, get me the fuck out of here. That's it. He disrespected me. He disrespected me. Ain't no alcohol. Your mother's a bitch. You're right. Your mother's a bitch and you're a bitch. You're right. And you can't let me go. You know why? Because you're scared of me, you faggot. Yeah. Mama, let me get out of here. Take me home. No, hey yo, hey Big Pop. Yeah. If you lie, Manny Carrillo, I promise you, you're gonna regret it.
Okay, hold it for a second now. This is Officer Mr. Palf at the time coming in. Again, he was not a part of the original scene, but now he's coming into it as well.
I'm freaking hey, compadre, Manny Carrillo, are you gonna blow it? No, I'm not gonna blow. They disrespecting me.
Okay, right there, hold on, understand, he's now saying, I'm not gonna take the test. When he says I'm not gonna blow, what it means is he's not gonna take the test. Yeah. I don't, this becomes, you know, we can do it, but it's never precise.
Okay, well,
Yeah, go ahead, do it as best you can, so that's fine. Go ahead.
yeah, it looks good. This
I won't disrespect you. Listen, get me the fuck out of here. That's it. He disrespecting me. He disrespecting me. Ain't no alcohol. Your mother's a bitch. You're right. Your mother's a bitch and you're a bitch. You're right. And you can't let me go. You know why? Because you're scared of me, you faggot. Yeah. Mama, let me get out of here. Take me home. No, hey yo, hey Big Pop. Yeah. If you lie, Manny Carrillo, I promise you, you're gonna regret it. I'm freaking you. Hey, compadre, Manny Carrillo, are you gonna blow it? No, I'm not gonna blow. They disrespecting their beat on me. Let me go.
I'm not gonna,
Please.
at least have it.
Yo, he's disrespecting me. Nah, I'm with him. I'm with him. Nope. I'm with him. Nah.
We're gonna take you from there, because now, as I've said in my opening statement, he's saying he's not gonna take the test. Mr. Tucker was there for one purpose, to administer the test. The test is not gonna happen, it stands to reason at that point. Despite everything that's been said, the language, the cursing, the name calling, at this point, Mr. Tucker is technically out of this situation. We're gonna take you now to the, what we call the Sally Port, that's where the cars are. We've got to take you down a little bit. Okay. And while that's playing, just so you understand, these are videos that come from the cameras either of an officer, which we will show you. Here he comes.
But this is a stationary camera, right?
Yes, this is a camera that's, there's basically two. There's the cameras that are in the station, and then there, you will see one from one of the officers, Officer Rowland. So here we have Officer Rowland, Officer Roll, obviously Mr. Lapina, and Mr. Tucker, who at this point, the city's contention is should be even out there. Mr. Paul.
Stop it. I'm gonna run over. Stop
Again, here we have Officer Tucker standing out. That's where he pushes him back and around the neck. Off comes in, separates the two. during the changing of the handcuffs. Just hold for a second. Again, and I know I'm gonna keep reiterating this, but as you can see, this is a van driver. We have 1, 2, 3 officers who are working on him. Obviously, Mr. Tucker is standing there, and he's no reason for him to be there. Go ahead, Mr. Tucker. Hold for a second. As you saw, there was an alleged kick to the groin. Whether it connected or not, one could argue that if it had connected, men understand that when they get kicked in the groin, the man usually goes down to the floor or at least doubles over in pain. That's not the case with Officer Tucker. He immediately goes at Mr. Medina. This is Mr. Paul, who, as you will see, and we can rewind it a few seconds, is punching away at Mr. Medina. So I would even question whether this kick to the groin was truly a kick to the groin that which normally would have crippled a man or at least sent him down to the ground. As you can see, Officer Tucker is there with his arms folded. Here he pushes him back, hand around the neck. There's at least 3 other officers there. Absolutely no need for it. Off, Tucker. Okay. What I'd like to show you is just one other video of that incident right there that comes from Officer Rowland's camera. As you know, our officers wear.
Look at go. Nah, man. Let me go.
Are we checking them with you?
She got it. Yeah, we say, yo, there you go. You got it. There you go. Got it. No, I blow the test. If it's her. I'll do the test if it's hurt. Why? Why you scared?
He said
If
he'll
it's
do
hurt,
the test
I'm
if she, Officer Rowland, administers it. But she's not, I believe, authorized to do so. Okay. So she couldn't.
Your mother's. My face, dog.
Right there. See, his hand is clearly around his neck. It's not on his
My
shoulder.
face for, man. Don't fucking come in my face. You understand me?
Pushing against the car. This is-
Your mother's a pussy. Your father's.
Stop, man, stop that shit.
You're a faggot.
Stop that shit already, man.
I'm gonna put charges on you.
You got no charges, man, come on.
No, I'm gonna
No
put
charges,
charges.
man, you got no charges.
I'm gonna put charges.
Stop, man. Yeah, on the road, yeah.
Let me go.
Yeah, man.
Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Your mother's a pussy. Your father's a pussy. And guess what? Benito, everybody got this shit.
exactly.
It's all down pat. It's down pat. Hey, yo, I ain't gonna disrespect you. It's down pat. Hey, yo, it's down pat. Look, hey, yo, it's down pat. Look, hey, stay back. Look at me, boss. Look, I will never disrespect you. Look at me. I will never disrespect you. Never. You're a pussy. Your mother's a pussy. Your father's a pussy. Oh, yeah. That's why you're Jamaican. That's why you're a fucking faggot. It's okay. Hey, I never disrespect you. And you know what? All this is recorded. Guess what? Your mother's a fucking pussy. You fucking faggot. You mad. Here you go, boss. No, I'll slap you.
I didn't.
You're a faggot. Your mother's a faggot. Your father's a faggot.
Hey!
That's Officer.
Crazy, man? You don't fucking do this shit, man! Fucking crazy! Out there, you don't fucking do this shit! Out there, you fucking idiot!
Okay. Okay. I'll believe it.
Nobody, that's okay.
We'll stop the video there for now. I realize this is my opening, and I've taken up your almost an hour of your time on this, but I guess as you would see this video at least more than once. Just to conclude my opening right now, the city's position is simply this. Officer Tucker obviously had this confrontation with a man who was extraordinarily drunk, no question about it. Yes, he was required to observe Mr. Medina before he administers the test. But once Medina said, I'm not going to take the test, the only person who could have administered it at that time was Mr. Tucker. And he's not taking it, Mr. Tucker should have just left. But he didn't. He stood in front of him. He knew he was getting this verbal abuse. It wasn't new to him. He wasn't suddenly hearing, oh my God, this guy's saying these terrible things about me, my mother, my family. He knew what was going on. And instead of doing what he has been trained to do, to remove himself from the scene, he stays there. Unnecessarily, unprofessionally, and in violation of the directives that you will hear the chief talk about. Then Mr. Cloth comes in, and at first, he's separating the two. But when this alleged kick to the groin was delivered, both Mr. Cloth and Mr. Tucker took him to the ground. They started hitting him on the face and on the body. The man was handcuffed. What was the reason for that? There was no reason. That's not what they're taught. And I will tell you, as you will hear, that during their IA investigations, their internal affairs investigations, both gentlemen said that they messed up. Or, put in other language, they fucked up. The city believes that the chief had the right to expect more from his officers. He has the right, given the training, the experience, and the need for officers today to deal with the public in a way which does not heighten confrontation, but de-escalates the confrontations. We believe that the chief made the right decision, and we would ask that you deny it.
You can either make their opening statement now or wait until the close of the employer's case. What's your preference?
I'll make it now. And the way I'd like to do this is to clarify our position on a thing or two, and then I'll go into it. So with regard to the 20-minute observation period, like I spoke about, being a certified breath test operator, the way that process works is when they do not decline to take a test. They go in, they start up the machine, turn it on, begin the 20-minute observation period. The machine counts down 20 minutes, then beeps and says, hey, it's time to come in and give the test. So that's why they were in the hallway for so long. Now, Officer Tucker cannot remove himself before that 20-minute observation period, because if it does, they have to restart the 20-minute observation period again. He has to be under observation for 20 minutes straight. With regard to the city's contention that as soon as he said, I'm not taking the test, that's also not true. Officer Tucker is required to then read him implied consent, advise him of what he gives up by not taking the test, and then he has to say, yes, I'm still not taking the test. So Officer Tucker, until all that's done, cannot remove himself from the situation.
But is there more tape that shows him doing that?
I know there's more tape. I was reviewing solely for this. I didn't realize that was going to be an issue, so I couldn't tell you. I assume it's in the hallway video.
Okay.
But no, I did not see this issue arising, so I didn't know anything to it.
Just where is, we're looking down that hallway, where is the machine? Is it in the little room off to this direction?
If I'm not mistaken, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's in that room that he went in the door once or twice.
Is that correct, Chief?
Chief, say one more time.
Is that correct? Well, we watched the video. There was a door on the left, and Mr. Tucker went in and out several times. Is
Yes,
that
that's where the machine is.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, sir.
So, now, additionally, the one thing that I want to point out with both Todd and Tucker in the IA report, which you'll receive, Officer Pott said he messed up, takes responsibility for his actions. Officer Tucker should have, at the end of the day, messed up, should have left. They both fully admit that mistakes were made. Now, the mistakes were not as egregious as they're being portrayed. Now, Pott, and I'm just going to go in order of how they were brought up. Pott didn't tell Tucker to leave. That's correct. Neither did the other officers. Pott shouldn't have even been involved. But for the other officers not taking control of the situation, Pott never would have been involved in this. As you can clearly see in the video, the other officers are letting him get away with everything. Pott comes in, separates Tucker and Medina, and then takes control of the situation, holding him where he needs to be held. Frankly, according to the procedures, the officers with custody of him at that point should have taken him directly to the transport van, not to Officer Pott's vehicle. Now, as it comes to the strikes while he's down and they're not trained to do that, that's unfortunately not accurate. I disagree with it. I fight with it every single time I have a criminal defendant with it. But it's a standard practice called compliance strikes. When someone is resistant, does not comply, strikes are authorized to be used to get him to be in compliance with their orders. Additionally, the reason he was actually taken down after kicking Officer Tucker, and I contend that you can actually hear the kick strike in that, so there was clearly a strike, a connection. The reason he was taken down is they had to put the foot shackles on him. You didn't see the end of the video, but that was them trying to get him in compliance so that they could place shackles on his legs. That's to make sure that he can't do anything like that again.
Okay, is there any specific direction as to where you can strike for compliance strikes?
I have not seen that. Greg, do you know?
Okay, well, you can, when you get to your
Well,
evidence,
policy,
you can, yeah.
So it was also contended that he was verbally abusive. Well, Mr. Medina was not just verbally abusive, he was also physically abusive. In the required and need for termination, I'll get into with the comparables. The other thing that was not addressed is the size of Mr. Medina. Mr. Medina was larger than any of the individual officers there.
Were all those officers non-supervisory?
I believe so, but the chief has them. The city's contention that this would have all been fine if Tucker just removed himself is not accurate. As you can see in the hallway video, the officer that he said, "I'll do the test if it's her," when Officer Tucker went into that room, he looked at her, Officer Rowland, and said, "You're a piece of shit too." He then addressed a third officer and was calling him a piece of shit, then a fourth officer. Additionally, again, you'll see in the internal affairs investigation, after everything was said and done, when he was taken and placed in the transport vehicle, he kicked Officer Razmek in the stomach. And he was charged with that as well. So it wasn't just Officer Tucker that he was aimed at, it was just Officer Tucker that he was aimed at that time. And it's my contention that while Officer Tucker probably should have removed himself, as he admitted he messed up, had he done that, the anger would have just been directed at another officer. With regard to the hand around the neck, we do have a short, I have multiple clips that I'll show during our portion, and we have a blown up version where his thumb is clearly tucked. He's grabbing the shirt. Officer Tucker. Okay. Officer Tucker's thumb is clearly tucked in. He's not grabbing him around the neck, as contended. He's got his thumb in, grabbing the shirt, and his hand is pushing up against the neck, but he did not grab him by the neck. And I think it's fairly clear in that close-up video when he pulls his hand away, his thumb is tucked in under his hand. Now, what our allegations are is an allegation of the Officer Bill of Rights. This was done in two ways. The first way is pursuant to Florida Statute 112.532, subsection 1D. All identifiable witnesses shall be interviewed whenever possible prior to the beginning of interview of the accused officer. We have received no evidence and have requested it that Mr. Medina was attempted to be contacted. Now, this is especially relevant when they upheld the essentially misdemeanor battery charge in the IA against Officer Tucker. And as we'll present in our evidence, he clearly says, and he said that you heard, "Hit me, hit me, hit me," but he clearly says, "Touch me on the leg," or "touch me," or something along those lines, and that's when he did touch him on the leg. Again, stupid, but not a crime. 112.533, 1A sub 1 and 2 clearly indicate to what the attestation of the internal affairs investigation has to be. Now, we do have audio from the Phase 3 grievance where Mr. Cook clearly brings up this issue. Sub 1, verify pursuant to 92.525, which is the attestation statute stating how you can swear to something under oath, that the contents of the report are true and accurate based upon the personal knowledge, information, and belief. So the investigator has to say that based upon my personal knowledge, belief, I swear under oath that this report is accurate. The requirements of subparagraphs 1 and 2 shall be completed prior to determination as whether to proceed with disciplinary action or file disciplinary charges. There is no indication of swearing to the truth of his IA report in any of the documentation we have received. nor have we received a statement or anything stating that that had been done. Without that being done, they have completely violated his officer bill of rights. Additionally, subsection 2, I, the undersigned, do hereby swear under penalty of perjury that to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, I have not knowingly, willfully deprived or allowed another to deprive the subject of the investigation of any rights contained in statutes 112.532 and 112.533. Now, he did sign an attestation for that. The issue with that is that he clearly violated his right, both of their rights under 122.532 by never even attempting to interview Medina. So that, while the attestation is there, it's wrong. Now, with regard to the discrimination, and I'll advise the comparables we intend to rely heavily upon are with Officer Allen and Officer Webb. There's also a taser incident that does support our argument, but those are the two main ones.
Okay, what's the race of Allen?
He is white.
And Webb?
He is white as well.
Was, he's deceased.
Well, he's deceased, but he was white as well.
All right.
Now, the interesting scenario with both Webb and Allen are that the investigator in both, they denied that they did anything. They gave statements to the internal affairs investigator. And the internal affairs investigator in both of those found that they were untruthful in their testimony. They did not take credit for what they had done. They did not say, I need to do better. They gave untruthful testimony. Now, before coming into an IA, they sign a document stating, I will tell the truth in this IA investigation, and if not, I will be punished. No punishment was meted out for that. Mr. Officer Webb received a 15-day suspension for his excessive use of force.
Is that a taser?
That was not the taser, no. That was strikes, if I recall correctly. Okay, but I'll get into that further. And Officer Allen received a 1-day suspension. And he was found to have choked and thrown a person without cause. So I believe the discrimination is clear, and the only two reasons that I can see for the difference between termination and a 1 and a 15-day suspension are either race or union affiliation, and neither of those are allowed to be discriminated against. Additionally, during the Phase 3 grievance, we believe that there was discrimination in the process. We have an email from Mr. Sexton, who presided over the Phase 3, and the pertinent line, keep in mind also, if we reinstate her pay, it will provide IUPA more ammunition to attempt to take over the unit. Now, the only thing that can be read into that is that they don't want IUPA here. Having stated that to Chief Young, that clearly shows that there's no way that he could have been a fair and neutral arbiter. So those are the claims that we have raised, and those are the claims that we also intend to show evidence.
Okay. Help me understand. Talk about IUPA taking over the unit. What's that mean?
So the way the police unions work is when you have a majority, when your union has a majority, and I believe Daytona has 3 unions, correct?
Yes.
So it's
It's Fraternal Order of Police, which they're the union for the lieutenants.
Okay.
And then we have IUPA, and we have Coastal Florida PBA, and then I think the civilians have ASME, correct? So it's actually 4.
And firefighters have IAF.
Okay, but who, let's just describe the patrol officers. Who represents the patrol officers? IUPA?
No, Coastal Florida
Coastal
PBA
Florida.
represents the police officers and sergeants of the City of Daytona Beach Police Department. It's the recognized bargaining unit by PERC, the Public Employees Relations Commission.
So how does IUPA fit into this?
Basically, as a union, IUPA still represents a small contingent of officers for any type of grievances, anything like that. They're a part of IUPA. IUPA protects their rights, but does it under the contract agreed upon by Coastal Florida.
So Mr. Tucker is a member of IUPA?
Yes, sir.
And there are other officers who are not members of IUPA?
Yes, sir. And those officers typically are members of Coastal Florida.
Or not affiliated?
Correct.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep. And so taking over the unit is once you have the majority, rather than if IUPA were to gain the majority in Daytona, the city of Daytona would be negotiating with IUPA rather than Coastal Florida.
Gotcha. And let me, again, this statement about IUPA came in the phase 3 grievance.
But, so, IUPA has been the union throughout the entire, our issue with the process is the phase 3 grievance was overseen by somebody that has a piece of evidence that clearly indicates that they do not want IUPA to essentially take over the unit and have to negotiate on behalf of the owners.
All right, no, we don't need any further opening statement, but I would like to see the grievance and the answer. Get that into evidence. Does that prepare me to listen to the rest of it?
You have that voice. I could talk for another hour if you like.
Trust me, I'm a lawyer, but I prefer not.
I get it.
So grievance and all answers. Grievances and all answers. Let's make sure we both get the same stuff. We're going to take it. If you guys want to take a break after I get these, I will use my time to read that, and we can use your time to read.
I just want to make sure that everybody's squared away on it.
Yeah.
And then we can take a break.
Let's go do a little mental organization first.
Take all the time you need.
No. Here we go.
On the record?
On the record. While off the record, we identified several joint exhibits. Joint exhibit 2 being the step 1 grievance, received January 14, 22. Joint 3 is the step 1 answer of February 10, 2022. We then have joint 4, which includes the second step grievance. And we have joint 5, which appears to be a third step grievance. And joint 6 seems to be the third step answer of May 6, 2022. Does everybody accord on that?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know that I have the step 2 grievance. We have it? Okay, as long as we have it.
Okay. Now, let me get some things together, and you can all cooperate on this one. What's the size of the bargaining unit? Just the patrol officers.
230-ish.
Which day, today?
Just generally.
230.
230 in the bargaining unit. How many are IUPA?
I have no idea.
We don't know, 30, 35.
How many are with, South, whatever.
Coastal Florida PBA, I don't know how many members they have that are dues paying members, but obviously the unit, all of them are umbrellaed under the Coastal Florida PBA.
Okay, so we can say some are coastal and some are non-affiliated, right? Is that a yes?
Well, I would say the majority are coastal, I mean, they won the election,
Okay.
so the majority are coastal Florida PBA, and some are non-bargaining unit members and others belong to IUPA.
Okay, next thing. If I'm remembering this right, the incident took place on Bastille Day, July 14th.
Bastille Day, yes. Perhaps we should run the record for Bastille.
Okay, and the terminations were January 6th of 2021.
Yes, what I was going to do, we have a proposed discipline, which is, I think, December, we have it as an exhibit, I was gonna get those to you. And then, well, let me, I'm sorry, why don't you go, yes, we will get to that right now.
Okay, and, Brian, what's the date of that little memo you were talking about that says we can't let the IPA gain control or something like that?
September 14th of 2021.
My son's birthday. And when is that, when was the third step answered? It's tough to tell the date. Step three answer is May. Right, that's the last formal response in May 6th.
Of 2022, yes, that's when it was ruled upon.
The memo was September of 21. Right?
The email?
Yeah.
Yes, that's September 2021.
Oh.
Yeah, well, we'll go over that right now.
Okay, so part of the employer's case, are you ready with witnesses?
I am, but before I do that, I was wondering if we could move certain documents in, and I think both sides would agree to this, but I don't have to
Absolutely.
go through it as we go through the examination.
Sure.
The first one would be directive, this is a department directive 200.
Okay, furnish a copy of the union so we can decide if we want to do this as a joint exhibit. That's acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Joint 7?
And these are still the active.
Yes.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, directive 204. And I know we're taking a little time to do this. but-
No, that's fine. The more that comes in as joint exhibits, got it.
This was joint 7.
That was 7. This would be 8.
As long as it's still the one, it's fine.
So joint 8.
So that's moved in.
Yep.
The next one would be directive 1230. And while Lisa's getting to those, please understand that under each of these, there's sub-directives as well.
Joint 9.
And then the next one would be directive 1006.
Which would be joint 10.
I think we're making things too easy.
There's no such thing as too easy.
part of this.
Yeah. So we got joint and plus attachments.
We then have two exhibits. These are proposed disciplines for one for Mr. Hoff and one for Mr. Tucker. These are the proposed ones. I think they're December 2nd.
Joint over 11, or is that we splitting them up? Yeah, we probably should.
I'd say split them up. I'd
Yeah,
probably make
Split
it
them up,
easier.
split them up.
11 and 12.
11 and 12. Well, from the 11, up to the 12.
No, wait, I'm missing Tucker.
Yeah, all right, if we don't have Tucker's, we will get it to you during break. But
So
that would
let's
be,
just mark this one 11.
okay.
Anything more to come in at this point?
Yeah, just a couple more. These are just, I think, agreed upon documents that will make the testimony go faster.
Okay. 11.
And we don't have Mr. Tucker's right at the moment. We'll get that and make some copies
Did
of
you
it.
do the ICAT as 10? Is that?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the attachment for 10.
So, Mr. Tucker's proposed discipline will be number 12, if we can just reserve that space.
Reserve 12, okay.
And then we have final discipline for Mr. Paul and Mr. Tucker, which I would say Paul would be 13, and Tucker would be 14. Tucker is number 14, Paul is 13. Final. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, 13 and 14, yes.
Correct,
Paul
Paul 13.
Tucker 14, yes, I'm sorry. Again, math is not my strong suit. All right, one last thing, and I know I'm gonna get laughed at by a few people in this room, but 11:45, I don't know what the arbitrator's feeling is regarding lunch.
Whatever the parties want, you're paying, so.
Ah,
Not for the lunch, but the pay.
I don't mind him paying.
Yeah.
No objection.
no objection to my paying, thank you, I appreciate it. So noted. I don't know, I mean, some people need to.
Yeah.
I always look at our court reporter mostly because they're the ones that.
I remember an arbitrator who was a diabetic wanting to have a break and let them. Oh, they
my
lost
goodness.
They lost that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Yep.
Well, why don't we just keep going and see how everyone feels?
Before I forget, Brian, these two gentlemen who did not get canned, are they IUPA or are they?
No, sir, there. I know Allen was coastal Florida. Webb, I'm not certain. Oh, Webb was too.
All right, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I am. The city will call as its first witness Chief Jakari Young.
Do I stay here, do I?
No, you're fine there.
You're fine right there. I think he does need to be sworn.
Oh, yes, we didn't swear him. Stand. Anybody who might be testifying, let's get you all a piece. This looks like, tell the truth.
Well, you guys stand up.
You can't say it. Okay, you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good.
Right. I assume it's okay if I stand here, it's just
Yeah.
so I can see the chief.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, Chief, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, yes.
Almost, yeah.
Almost. The record, will state your name, please.
Jakari Young,
And what is your present position?
currently the Chief of Police for the Daytona Beach Police Department.
And when were you hired as Chief of Police?
November 8th of 2020.
Okay. Perhaps you could take us through you could start from when you started with the department, when you ended with the department, or not ended, but your position now.
All right, so.
He'll fix me for that later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was originally hired back in July of 2000 as a sponsor to the police academy. I graduated the academy in 2000, late 2000, was hired on full-time after successfully passing the state exam. So my official hire date was April 9th of 2001. I was reassigned to the Criminal Investigation Division on December 12th of 2004. I was promoted to the rank of sergeant on July 20th of 2008. I was transferred to the Office of Professional Standards, also known as Internal Affairs, on May 8th of 2011. I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant on November 18th of 2012. I was promoted to the rank of captain on November 16th, 2014. As captain, I was reassigned to the Criminal Investigation Division on July 3rd of 2016. I was then promoted to Deputy Police Chief on January 22nd of 2017. And then most recently hired as Police Chief on November 8th of 2020.
It would appear, Chief, from what you just testified to, that you have had about a 22-year career, is that correct?
Say
A
again?
22-year career with the
Yes.
Daytona Beach Police Department?
Yes.
And is it true then that you have moved up through the ranks, starting as a patrol officer, police officer, now in your current position as Chief of Police?
Yes.
I know also that in your testimony you said that you were involved in, you were assigned to, I shouldn't say involved, you were assigned to the Internal Affairs or Professional Standards Department of the Division of the Department, is that correct?
Correct.
Perhaps you can tell the arbitrator a little bit about, since we're dealing with an Internal Affairs matter, what internal affairs did at your time and still does?
So the number one goal of an internal affairs investigator is to seek the truth. It doesn't matter what the chief thinks or feels. That's a trusted position in the Office of Professional Standards. So that person has to be of high moral character and has to be able to go into that position and seek the truth, regardless of what anyone else thinks, feels. They look at the evidence that is presented and then they present their findings on that. They don't do disciplinary recommendations. All they do is bring forth findings in that office.
And when you were in internal affairs, did you conduct investigations?
Yes.
And when you did so, did you do so regardless of race or gender or religion or any other classification?
Absolutely.
And did you do so regardless of a person, whether a person was affiliated with a union, not affiliated, and if they were affiliated, whichever union they might be affiliated with?
Yes.
Yes, that you did not consider that.
It was never a consideration, correct.
As chief of police, let's talk a little bit about your responsibilities. What do you do primarily and then secondarily as chief of police?
Well, I'm responsible for, well, not just day-to-day operations of the police department. I'm also the liaison for the city. Between City Hall, I report to the city manager, who's my immediate supervisor. The city manager reports to the mayor and the commissioners. So anything involving the police department, I am that connection between the city and the department. I'm also charged with holding the police department accountable, holding the officers accountable, because that's what it requires, especially in today's day and times, as far as from the community standpoint.
Okay. What about discipline? How is discipline generally meted out if it's necessary in the department? And who makes the decision?
I am the final decision maker on discipline, but the various ranks throughout the department, starting with the rank of sergeant, the lieutenant, the captain, the deputy chief, and then finally myself. Anybody between the sergeant and the deputy chief, they all have an opportunity to weigh in on discipline. They all can provide a recommendation, but it's ultimately my decision at the end of the day if I'm going to go with the recommendation or change it based on what's presented to me.
Okay. And in making your decisions about discipline, I'm talking generally here, not in this specific case, do you consider the race, religion, sex, national origin of a person?
No.
Okay. Do you consider, again, when you make not make a recommendation, but make a decision on discipline, do you consider or sometimes even know whether the person is a member of a union?
Very rarely do I know what their union affiliation is.
And if they have an affiliation, do you know which one it is? And here we're talking about coastal, Florida coastal, and IUMA. Do you inquire into that? Do you ask them? Do you check records?
No, that's never a factor in my decision.
Tell us a little bit about your educational career. I know you have a BS, I think, in criminal justice. Perhaps you can start there. Tell the arbitrator about your educational career.
So I originally landed here in 1996 in the form of a Bethune-Cookman College student. I always knew I was going into law enforcement. I was doing ride-alongs already with Miami Beach Police Department. So my original plan was to come here, obtain my degree, and then return to South Florida and go into law enforcement down in South Florida. The Daytona Beach provided me an opportunity as far as a sponsorship, which means they paid for my tuition to go through the academy, and in exchange, I was supposed to work 3 years. And then after those 3 years, if I decided to leave or stay, it was totally on me. So I accepted the sponsorship through Daytona State, and that's how I ended up going to the academy up here. I was at Bethune-Cookman. Like was already mentioned earlier, I too am horrible with numbers. So I ended up leaving out of Bethune-Cookman prior to finishing my degree because I still needed 2 algebra classes. So I used the police academy as my internship, and then something funny happened. So I started getting bills in the mail for student loans, because I took student loans. So I said, there's no way I'm gonna pay for student loans for a degree that I never obtained. So that was the motivating factor in me going back and finishing my degree. So I went back in 2004 and I earned my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Shall I continue?
Please do.
All right, so as I climbed the ranks of the police department, I was afforded opportunities to go to various leadership schools, namely the Southern Police Institute, the Police Executive Research Forum, the Senior Management Institute for Policing, and then most recently, back in 2019, the FBI National Academy, which for most agencies, they look for that FBI National Academy before they make a decision on hiring a police chief. That's usually a prerequisite for hire, is completion of that FBI National Academy. So I obtained that in 2019. Also, I went back and I was in the inaugural class at Bethune-Cookman again for their criminal justice administration, Masters of Criminal Justice Administration. So I went back and obtained my master's degree as well.
Now, I know I asked you a little bit about your duties and responsibilities as a chief. You talked a little bit about that in terms of discipline, but in terms of other responsibilities and duties, are you the one who generally sets the types of policies? In particular, let's talk about use of force with respect to what you expect from your officers.
Yes.
Could you tell us, and you don't have to limit it just to when you were chief, because we can talk about when you were deputy chief as well, about your ideas, your programs, and what you have done to instruct your officers on the issue of use of force.
Okay, so I referenced one of the schools that I attended was PERF, the Police Executive Research Forum, Senior Management Institute for Policing. PERF is very big. They are probably one of the leading organizations as far as de-escalation training. So we, the Daytona Beach Police Department, were actually one of the pilot agencies several years ago when we rolled out ICAT. It's Integrating Communications Assessment and Tactics.
Could you tell?
Okay, then say that one again.
Integrating Communications Assessment and Tactics.
If I may, I believe that that is the attachment that went to exhibit number 10, Directive 1006.
Is it 10?
I believe it was 10.
I got it.
Yeah, it's the attachment that went with 10. Yes.
Got it.
All right, Chief, we've identified that document and submitted it to evidence. Could you give the arbitrator some information about what this program is about and how you instituted it into the Daytona Beach Police Department?
So basically, going several years back, there were a lot of high-profile incidents that garnered national media attention involving use of force in law enforcement. And because of this, this organization put together this ICAT manual, and it basically centers around the sanctity of human life. That's what it centers around, and ultimately de-escalation. So what ICAT really teaches is it talks about spinning the model, and it's all about de-escalation. And there's a term they use often, and it's called lawful but awful, meaning some things, even though technically you are lawfully able to do, isn't necessary. So when you talk about the critical decision-making model, I just want to read it to you because it actually goes in a complete circle. So it starts with collecting information, and then it moves forward to assess the situation, threats and risks, consider police powers and agency policy, identify options and determine the best course of action, act, review, and reassess. And then again at the top of collecting information. So basically what the training teaches is we're living in times where unfortunately we encounter a lot of folks on a daily basis that are suffering from various mental illnesses, some of them obviously not of their own, fault, some substance abuse, whatever the case may be. And we were starting to see a spike nationwide of officer-involved shootings of unarmed people. So that was the crux of this training, was how do we engage and safely take people into custody with the least amount of force. So that's why we subscribe to this ICAT training. And like I mentioned, we were actually one of the pilot agencies when this first launched as far as getting this training. That precedes me as the chief. I believe I may have been a lieutenant captain somewhere in that area when we first embarked into this training. But obviously as a chief, I had the option to continue forward with the training, or I could have gone a different route. But I also believe in the training. I believe it's effective. I believe in the vision and the philosophy of exercising the least amount of force possible in order to safely take someone into custody. So I chose to move forward and leave this particular model in our policy, and it's referenced on the very first page of the use of force under the discussion section as an attachment, and it's attachment 1006A.
Is this ICAT program taught to all of the officers who are hired by the city of Daytona Beach?
Yes.
So there's no exceptions to the officers who receive this training?
Right.
Is it just, when does it happen? Is it just when they get hired, or is it going to get an annual review?
It's not an annual review per se. I don't remember the last one we did, so I can't answer when the last one we.
So is this a 1-day thing, a 2-day thing, a 2-hour thing?
I believe it was a full day of training.
In addition to the ICAT training, is it your general policy or the policy of the department, as you've set it out to be, that de-escalation is the preferred method as opposed to escalating the confrontation?
Yes.
Could you talk a little bit about the de-escalation process and how that's done?
I believe de-escalation starts at initial contact. In most cases, it starts at initial contact. We encounter people on foot, consensually, in vehicles. Our city is so diverse. It could be in the middle of a special event. It could be responding to a residence for a call for service. It could be bar closing. So we encounter people, under a myriad of circumstances. And a lot of times folks are tense and a little bit uncomfortable before we even open our mouths. Just based on the uniform itself, people get on edge. Some people get on edge. I can't say blanketly everybody, but some folks are on edge just by our presence. So I'm constantly teaching and preaching about de-escalation initially, and it usually starts with the first words that come out of our mouths. It starts there, with the first words that come out of our mouths.
And is de-escalation known in your department to be the policy that is what you want?
Yes.
And is that something you have instructed your command staff to also use as a technique, like the command staff, I mean the captains on down?
Yes, everybody from myself, starting with me, myself on down, because when I put this uniform on, a lot of people may not immediately recognize me as a chief because the uniform is the same as as everybody else. So when I'm approached, a lot of times they refer to me as officer.
You correct?
No, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. It's not that serious.
Okay, I understand. You're, okay, I'm just gonna say you're a very humble man. I know you to be a very humble man, that's not important. But okay, we can strike that. Let's talk a little bit about Daytona Beach then, because it's a city, my understanding, we're looking at some of the census records, we have somewhere about 70 to 75,000 permanent or semi-permanent residents here in the city.
Somewhere around that, yes.
Okay.
I don't know the exact.
Yeah, all right, but it's around that number. Okay. And Daytona Beach also has frequently some special events that draw much larger numbers to the city. Could you just briefly mention some of those?
Well, I think we're known as the World Center of Racing with NASCAR, so we host the Daytona 500, we host the Coke Zero Sugar 400, we host Oktoberfest, which just wrapped up last weekend, we host Bike Week. There is an event that we're planning for this weekend called Trucktoberfest. It's an unsanctioned event that we have to monitor social media to make sure we're appropriately staffed for that event. We used to host a truck meet. We also host Jeep Beach. Turkey Rod Run comes around in November.
Can you explain that one?
Turkey Rod Run is more of like a hot rod event where it's a diverse group, but I think this group is mainly older in age, and they're car enthusiasts. They love classic cars, so they come. I believe they're sponsored by the International Speedway, so they take over the inside of the Speedway, and it's a huge car show. They come and they can trade parts, so on and so forth. It's just another one of many events that we host.
And when some of these events, especially big ones like NASCAR, Bike Week, Oktoberfest, we can see an increase in the Daytona Beach population, although it's not permanent. We can see an increase of 50, 75, even 100,000 people.
Yes.
Over and above people that obviously live here.
Yes.
And I'm not going to impugn the integrity of all those people that attend those events, but from my knowledge, it seems like many of those events include the use of alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. And your officers are then required to deal with people who perhaps have consumed a wee bit too much.
Correct.
And I'm not making fun of it, I'm just saying, showing the point that it's not just tourists coming here, but these are events that attract what could be at times a rowdy crowd.
Yes.
And are your officers trained to deal with people who could be intoxicated?
Yes, I don't believe there's a specific training that says this is how you deal with intoxicated people.
But they are encouraged to understand that people will be intoxicated, and that may require a special type of approach by the officer.
Correct.
And again, is that part of the de-escalation process?
Yes.
Is it common? We've seen the video, it's not in evidence. Perhaps it would be a good time that I would move those 3 videos that we have into evidence, because I'm going to show them to the chief.
The training videos?
No, the video of the actual.
Oh, okay.
All right. There were 3, and I think we can either put them in as a composite or we can put them in each individually.
Yeah, let's do them individually because
Okay.
in the award I will be referring to them.
Okay, so let's.
What are we going to call them?
All right, I'm not ready to show them just yet.
No, but let's.
Okay, so let's call, first one is what we call the hallway.
Hallway.
All right? And I guess that can be number 15.
And hallway is 15?
Yeah. And then the second one is the so-called Sally Port.
Sally Port.
Would be number 16. And then there was Officer Rowland, R-W-L-A-N-D. That was her body cam, so we can call that number 17.
Okay.
Chief, before we get to these videos and focus in on this instance itself, we've heard in the opening statement, you were here, you heard some discussion about the department's relationship with IUPA, International Union of Police Associations, thank you. Not good with names either. How I got through school, I'll never know. Okay, you've heard some discussion about that. I want you to talk about yourself in regards to your relationship to any of the unions, and especially IUPA. I know I've already asked you about whether you take a preference towards one, then what was your answer?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You interact with IUPA?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you interact with often from IUPA?
We have a detective who I believe acts as the union rep for IUPA employees, and it's Detective Mary Toledo, and also Mr. Cook, who's sitting directly across from me.
Okay. At any time, have they welcomed you as the chief?
Oh, absolutely. They are the only union that provided me a gift when I was appointed the police chief, and I keep it near and dear to my heart.
By any chance you have that gift?
I sure do.
Well, could you produce it then? The council commission did.
It's quite comical.
What is it? What's it say?
The original shit sandwich is what it says. So they came in, and it was, because I got sworn in November, and it was December, and this was a Christmas gift. So I believe Mr. Cook was there, and Detective Toledo was there, and they said, Chief, we want to give you something, because undoubtedly, we're going to hand you one of these at some point. So they handed me this shit sandwich, and we all shared a laugh, and I keep this close to me, because a lot of days, it's what I feel like I'm dealing with. And they even have it engraved on the back, wishing you the best, Mary T. and the IUPA family. So I would find it very difficult to believe I'm going to discriminate against an organization. I mean, if anything, I think we got off on the correct foot. They literally the only union that actually gifted me something when I became the chief.
Even if it's a shit sandwich?
Even if it's a shit sandwich.
It was a good gift, all right. And you like that gift. In fact, you showed it to me.
It's funny. A lot of days are stressful. It's no secret. I haven't been the chief quite 2 years, and I have dealt with my fair share of adversity. I don't think any of my predecessors have had the first year that I've had. And you can talk to them, whether it's Chief Capri, whether it's now Sheriff Chitwood. I literally buried 2 cops in 2 months. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. I've dealt with out of control special events and the like. So, I mean, from that day to this day, I'm still standing, I'm persevering, and, you know, I get up every day, put my best foot forward to make decisions that will allow me to go to sleep. It doesn't mean they're going to be popular decisions. It doesn't mean I'm going to make everybody happy. I've already learned that the fastest road, the fast lane to failure is trying to please everybody. So I literally every day put my best foot forward and make decisions that will allow me to get a decent night's sleep.
Okay. I know I've asked you, but I just want to conclude this part by asking you again, any time in your command as chief, or any time in your command as deputy or captain, lieutenant, have you ever, in your opinion, discriminated against someone because they belong to a union?
Absolutely not. Again, half the time, until it gets to me and I see who's representing them, who comes in with them, there's a large part of the time where I don't know who's who until we get to that point. Until they come and say, oh, it's Gary, so they're IUPA. Oh, it's Scudero, so it's CFPBA. A lot of times it's when they come in, I realize their union affiliation.
It's not until then. You don't go looking it up.
I don't go looking. I don't have time for that, sir. I honestly don't. I don't have time.
Now,
So basically, you're going to know as soon as the grievance is filed. Yeah. Because
Yes.
who comes in with the grievance.
Yes.
Yeah, you'll know that because she knows who sends the grievance, of course. There was reference in the opening statement, I'll just bring it up now since you're on the stand, reference to an email that Mr. Sexton had had sent, I think you may have seen the email.
Yeah, I think it was addressed to me. It was a back and forth.
And those email made some reference to IUPA.
Yeah,
Do you remember reading the email?
I remember. It was an IUPA member who left the agency. She was gone for approximately 6 weeks, and she changed her mind and she wanted to come back. And all she asked for was, can I pick up where I left off as far as my salary? That seemed like an extremely reasonable request to me. She was literally gone 6 weeks. So I went to Mr. Sexton and said, hey, as the police chief, I'm in agreement with this. I think she should be made whole. I think we should bring her back. So that was my argument, and then there was a back and forth on an email because Mr. Sexton didn't agree. He felt like she left, so she needed to start over.
Okay, and that's generally, that situation was a sidecar from this case, but Mr. Sexton had made that decision based upon previous incidents with the city of people who wanted to return.
So who
Correct.
is Mr. Sexton?
This is Mr.
This
Sexton.
is Mr. Sexton. I was going to identify him once he came in.
And first name?
James?
And he is the HR manager, human resources manager, director.
Okay.
So let's just talk about that particular email. Before I do, you mentioned this other person. Was this a person who was an IUPA member?
Yes.
Okay, so you were doing your best to get this IUPA member returned, assuming it could be done, but policy didn't.
Exactly. As far as I was concerned, regardless of her union affiliation, she left in good standing. And at the time, and we still are, we have vacancies. We're dealing with some some staffing shortages. So if she wants to return and she's left in good standing, I saw no reason that we couldn't bring her back at the pay rate that she left. Literally gone about 6 weeks at the time.
Okay. And again, she was an IUPA member, and
Yes.
certainly you were not discriminating against her as an
Absolutely
IUPA
not.
member.
Absolutely.
You remembered that shit sandwich and you said, we're good to go. Okay, all right. That sandwich has gotten me off my track here for a moment. Okay, so, the email that Mr. Sexton had sent that contained language, which I'm sure the union will talk about, did that in any way influence you in making any decision about Officer Garcia or Officer Howe, Officer Tucker? Did that email influence you to say, well, they're IUPA, so I'm not going to look favorably upon them?
Absolutely not.
You're a person who stands on his own decisions.
Correct.
All right. Let's move then to this situation. And let's talk about this a little bit. I would assume that as the chief, you were familiar with and knew, let's start with Officer Mr. Tucker.
Yes.
How did you become aware of Mr. Tucker? What was the situation regarding that?
So Mr. Tucker and I actually have a mutual friend in common. And I got a phone call, and I was the deputy chief at the time. I got a phone call from the mutual friend, and he said, hey, I have a friend who is certified. Something happened at his previous agency. He's looking to get back in law enforcement. Are you willing to at least meet with him? So because the mutual friend recommended Mr. Tucker, I said, yep, I will absolutely meet with Mr. Tucker. So Mr. Tucker came in, very professionally dressed as he is right now, very articulate, very, very professional. Great meeting. I then in turn went to the chief at the time, Chief Capri, and recommended him as a candidate for employment. And every opportunity that Mr. Tucker had that he ran into me, there was always a warm greeting, always a handshake. Thank you for the opportunity, every time.
So you were familiar with and in fact had been important in getting Mr. Tucker in the position with the department to begin with.
Yes, again, I wasn't the chief, so
Yes.
it's ultimately the current chief's decision, but we had that meeting. I felt great about the meeting. I'm a sucker for a good, second chance story, so whatever the issue was with the previous agency, I felt like he was worthy of an opportunity.
And you gave him that opportunity, well, you recommended the opportunity to their chief.
Yes.
For free.
Yes.
And, Mr. Paul,
Contact with Mr. Poth, I think the first sit-down that me and Mr. Poth had, there was an incident that was caught. It was in reference to a traffic stop. I think it was during one of these events. It was either the trucks or whatever it was where he was caught on camera. It might have even been the gentleman, Mr. Dickinson, that's here. It might have been him, I don't remember. There was a YouTube video that surfaced and his demeanor was less than desirable. I'll put it to you that way. So I got a phone call from the deputy chief. The deputy chief went out, contacted Mr. Poth, and I believe it was a written reprimand. And then we sat down and met, and he was very apologetic. And he was like, Chief, I lost my cool, so on and so forth. I shouldn't have said some of the things I said. And I said, you know what? I appreciate you coming in here. You came in here like a man. We had a grown man conversation, and I reduced it to just a performance track. And I was like, hey man, look, that's bad. We don't need to do that. You know, if you can maintain, you know, your professionalism moving forward, we'll reduce this to a performance track. And that was the end of that. But that was the first sit down that we had in my office.
okay, it leads me to ask the question, in general, has it been your approach when you were captain, deputy, now chief, to speak to your officers when they maybe even committed a minor infraction, to try to get them to understand and work with them to be better officers?
Exactly. I've never been heavy on the pen. I don't like just immediately documenting every little mistake, because we hire from the human race, which means we hire imperfect individuals that are going to make mistakes, right? So I do sometimes what I refer to as a red flag meeting, and I will sit an officer down, and we may watch a body camera video, and if I see something on that video that is disturbing or I think sheds the department in a negative light, we're going to have a conversation about that. I don't keep track of those conversations because it's just a conversation. So when it's over, it's over. There's no documentation, there's no anything. It's, hey, I hope that the fact that you just got called into the chief's office is the cold shower that you need to change your behavior so that it doesn't lead to a huge paper trail of stuff when you're a human being, you made a mistake, let's take corrective action and let's move forward.
Now, at some point in time, we were made aware of an incident that happened on July 14th, 2021, involving Mr. Paul and Mr. Tucker.
Yes.
Do you remember how you became aware of that?
I don't remember the exact chain of who notified me, so that part is a little foggy as far as how it was brought to my attention.
Okay. Were you aware that there was video of this incident regarding Mr. Paul, Mr. Tucker, and I'll also mention Mr. Medina?
Yes. I think it was actually the blue team process. Blue team is how we document use of force incidents. So the supervisor does the blue team. It's then reviewed by the lieutenant, the captain, the deputy chief, and myself. And there were others in the chain that viewed the video, and somebody said, Chief, you may want to take a look at this.
And did you take a look at the video?
I did.
Now, we have entered into evidence 3 separate pieces of a video. I forget the numbers offhand. If anyone wants to remind me, you'd be helping me.
Sure. The hallway is joint 15, the sally port is joint 16, the body cam is joint 17.
All right, Chief, I'm going to start with number 15, which is the video from the hallway, and I'm going to come around. I know we saw this in opening, but I would like you to just review it and tell me what you saw and what problems, if any, you encountered in number 15, video number 15. Yep. Yep. Now, let me ask you. All right, now, that video, does that look like Mr. Tucker to you?
Yes.
And if you could hold the video for 1 second, I just want to ask you, assuming that there was somebody coming in who was intoxicated, very intoxicated, what was Mr. Tucker's role in being at the station?
He was the breath test operator.
Okay. And he had been called in, to your knowledge, to test Mr. Medina's breath?
To my knowledge.
Okay, all right. And that is Mr. Tucker. He's wearing a hat, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's go forward. Now, I know you never met Mr. Medina. Can you identify him as a gentleman in the black t-shirt, black shorts, to your knowledge?
That's what they tell me his name is, yeah.
Okay. And here we have, again, Officer Tucker, correct?
Correct.
Officer Rowland, R-O-W-L-A-N-D, correct?
Correct.
And Roll, Officer Roll,
Correct.
R-O-L-L-E. Okay. Let me stop it right there for a second. We all have heard this before. We know this guy is going to use his mouth in ways that would, as they say, would make a sailor blush. However, is that something that police officers, to your knowledge and experience, encounter on a frequent basis, or if not daily, some oftentimes?
In this city, absolutely.
Okay. All right. All right, let's go forward.
That's okay. That's okay. Hey, so take the shit off me. I bet you any money you scared about me. Take it off me. Go on the subject.
Now, stop again for a second. Mr. Tucker, I believe, as we heard in opening, said the idea was that he's there to observe Mr. Medina, and also, I guess, to get the machine ready. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, you see Officer Tucker coming right up into Mr. Medina, I mean, not into his face, but he's right up against him. Would it have been better, given already the nature of the relationship between the two, to have Mr. Tucker maybe stand at the doorway or even inside the door where he could have observed Mr. Medina and perhaps not quite had the confrontation that he did?
So this is a rapidly evolving situation. So you can see in the video, Mr. Medina, he stands to his feet several times, and Mr. Tucker has to come in and sit him back down in the chair.
Okay.
But at that moment right there, I don't see the necessity for him being in that close to him right there.
Okay, let's go forward.
Your mother, everybody was stuck in three times a day. Yeah, I promise you. Yo, faggot ass. Yo, bitch ass nigga. Your mother, your father, go John. And I'm happy to order John.
Hold it for a second. There's two other officers there, Chief, but who does Mr. Medina seem to be focusing his attention on?
Mr. Tucker.
And having the attention focused on Mr. Tucker, would it have been better for Mr. Tucker to remove himself while still being able to do his job from being directly in front of Mr. Medina?
Preferably, yes.
Let's go forward.
But guess what? People like me, I ain't never disrespect nobody. What you doing now? Never. I ain't never disrespecting. You know what? Your mother's a bitch. Hey, it's funny because your mother's a bitch. Yes, she is. And your father's a bitch. And your fucking bitch ass. Everybody's a bitch. You're right. Guess what? You got that money. Bitch ass. I ain't gonna disrespect you, you fucking faggot. That's how you can lie. Your mother can suck my dick. Yeah? All day. Pull out loose tongue. Loose tongue. Faggot. Pull out. You ain't got nothing to suck you, fucking faggot. That's my food. You know, faggot. Your mother faggot. Your father faggot. Yes, they are. That's how I am 100%. I dare you to touch me, you fucking faggot. That's how. If you what? I got anything on you, fucking bitch ass nigga. Your mother's a bitch, your father's a bitch. Touch me. That's okay. You mad as fuck. You know why you mad? Because you can't touch me. You fucking pussy. You're fucking pussy. You're a fucking pussy. Shut up. That little ass dick, I guarantee you your sister would love my dick. You're pussy. Don't come with me. You're pussy. Look my leg. Look my leg. You mad as hell, you fucking faggot. You Jamaican ass motherfucker. You mad as hell. You know why? Because your whole family can't get the motherfucking United States. You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You know what? You're a faggot. And you know what? Your woman can suck my dick. You're mad. How why you mad? You laughing. You know why you mad laughing? Because your bitch sucked my dick. You're mad. Look at me. Look at me, you fucking faggot. Look at me. Look at me. They're mad. Sit down. Sit down. You bitch ass bitch. You bitch ass bitch. You're right. I'm gonna stand. Your mother, your wife, I mean, everybody. Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it, motherfucker. Kill me, motherfucker. You're a piece of shit. Listen, you're a piece of shit. And baby girl, you're a piece of shit too. Hey, yo, big man. I ain't scared to die. You scared to die? You scared to die, right? You scared to die, right? I ain't scared to die. Let me go. Let me go. You know why? Because you scared, you fucking pussy. Your mother pussy. Your father pussy. Hit me. Hit me. We're not going to jail today, are they? And I'm not going to jail. You're not? You know why? Why? Because I got motherfucking power. You have power? That's okay. Well, that power must be good in the handcuffs. It's good. You piece of shit. You know what? You beat the shit out of me. You know what? I got proof. You know what? I got a lot of proof. Good. You piece of shit. I'm going to bring it to court. You want to snitch? I'm going to bring it to court because you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. And you know what? I would never disrespect your mother, your motherfucking father. You can look at that motherfucker all you want, you piece of shit. You dick riding sucker. Do something. Alcohol. Dangerous drug. You're a fucking piece of shit. His parents must be drunk. Nah, if my parents pop, hey, yo, don't feed into this shit because you're going to be in jail too. You know what? Amanda Corchado, all the motherfuckers gonna get y'all motherfuckers. Hey, you gonna regret this shit, you know? You know why? Because I was fucking bricks. You hear me? I'm bricks. And you Jamaican. You know that all this right here is okay, so let me go. Let me go, you bitch ass nigga. You're a pussy. And guess what? Hey, he's bricks, son. No, son, he's bricks. You're a pussy, you bitch ass nigga. You can't even beat me, you fucking faggot. Hit me, right here. Hit me, you fucking faggot. I ain't scared of you, you bitch ass nigga. Jamaican can suck my dick. Hit me. You fucking faggot, hit me. You fucking scared, you fucking faggot bitch. Your mother's a bitch. How about that? Get me out of here. Hey, yo, go. Listen, you disrespect me. Get me the fuck out of here. Or you gonna respect that shit too. Manny Carrillo gonna disrespect you, and motherfucking Ross Barack gonna disrespect you. Listen, get me the fuck out of here. That's it. He disrespected me. He disrespected me. Ain't no alcohol. Your mother's a bitch. Your mother's a bitch.
Stop
And
you
you
for
a
a
bitch.
second. Chief, you've been observing this, second time we've seen it. Without being able to be precise, the percentage, how much of this is geared towards Officer Tucker as opposed to the other two officers, or three officers in the room?
I'll say the overwhelming majority.
And in your opinion, as chief, and your experience, et cetera, is there something at this point that Officer Tucker could have done to at least somewhat remove himself from this situation?
Well, it was stated he needed to be there for the breath test operator portion,
Yes.
and he needed to observe. But there was an exchange back and forth that I know did not help that situation. There's an exchange back and forth between Medina and Mr. Tucker that I would have preferred never occurred, never even took place. We have to be good at not taking the bait, not responding to that, to his foolishness, and letting him get under our skin.
All right, real quick, who was the original arresting officer?
Roman,
Well,
I believe it was, yes.
okay, because Medina is saying you beat the shit out of me before this.
Well, I didn't hear that, but there's no charge that we know of that anyone had beat him whatsoever or touched him prior to his being brought to the police station.
Okay.
Okay, let's go forward.
And you can't let me go. You know why? Because you scared me, you faggot. Mama, let me get out of here. Take me home. No, hey yo, hey Big Pop. If you lie, Manny Carrillo,
And just for a second, would you identify that person, please? Does that appear to be Officer Powers?
Mr. Fox.
Yeah. Thank you, go forward.
promise you, you're gonna be good. You know? Come straight to the shooting. Hey, compadre, Manny Carrillo, I ain't gonna blow it. No, I'm not gonna blow. They're disrespecting my beat.
Stop for a second. When he says I'm not gonna blow, what does that generally mean?
He's no longer cooperating with the investigation.
Okay, does it mean that he's probably not gonna take the test?
Yes.
Let's go forward.
Let me go home. Please. Yo, he's disrespecting me. Nah, I'm with him. I'm with him. No, I'm with him. No, I take Mama, I'm with him. You know what? Because that's my family. That's fine. Yo, I'm with him. Let me fucking go. Let me fucking go. That's our family. Let me go. Why y'all worried about it? What do you want? Relax. You got me. Relax, I got you, right? My question is, do you want to? Yeah. Okay, I'm serious. No, how do you know? No, I'm telling you, you have to sit down. You with me, you gotta know how to do. With you. With me, you have to do the breath. He has to do the breath. He has to do the breath. Manny Carrillo, Mikey Carrillo, all of my family. You have to be on me. You have to be on my family. You have to be on me. Let me have a mi hermano. La verdad usando, la verdad avisando. sir. Please, no one question. I'm waiting for you. Hey, hold up. I gotta call the court.
That sounds like the informed consent.
I can. It's a JP room. 110. And what? 400?
Chief, stop for a second. Chief, can you describe what Officer Rowland is essentially doing there?
Reading the implied consent,
And what's the implied consent?
or informed consent.
Informed consent.
That he's now waiving his, rights as far as the breath test.
Okay, so he's given up the breath test, and she's reading this informed consent to you.
Correct.
And he's giving it up. And by giving it up, I mean he's not going to take the breath test.
Right.
And under Florida law, do you get an automatic suspension if you refuse the
I
test?
believe so, yes.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what allowed is.
Okay.
Not any of my clients.
But and I will fully admit on the record, I could probably count on one hand in 22 years, how many DUI arrests I've made. So this is a key position, you know, for any agency.
Okay, I want to stop this one because I know there was an issue concerning the informed consent, and it's clear at this point that he's not going to take the test, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I want to get to the next video, which is in the Sally report, while Lisa's teeing that up. At this point, given the fact that Officer Tucker, Mr. Tucker, was there to give the test is not going to be given, what would be your expectation of what Mr. Tucker would do at this point?
If Mr. Medina is continually getting agitated and starting to get a little bit more vocal and aggressive, to remove himself from that situation. If there's enough additional officers on scene, to remove himself from that situation.
Okay, and from what you've seen thus far, were there enough officers on the scene such that Mr. Tucker should have removed himself from the situation?
Yes.
All right, let's go forward into this video. This is number
16, isn't
I think so, number 16.
it? Sally Port is 16.
Yes. And again, just stop for a second, we have there, this is Mr. Palf getting out of the vehicle. We have Ms. Rowland, Officer Rowland and Officer Roll. This is a gentleman who I believe drives the van. Okay, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going back to get my treatment seat.
Hot dog, hamburger?
I was gonna say beer.
Hey, now you're talking my language. All right, let's go forward. Can you see it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back a second. I'm sorry, I was distracted. That's my fault. We have Chief Mr. Tucker out there as well. He stands pretty close. He doesn't leave the area. We'll go forward about from there. Now, stop there for a second. Looks like Mr. Tucker is doing what in that video?
Standing in front of Mr. Medina.
Looks like he's about to cross his arms. Okay. A posture that tells somebody what?
I can't, I don't want to exactly
Yep.
make an assumption on how Mr. Medina took that stance.
Okay. do we see right there, Chief?
Grabbing him by the neck and pushing him back against the police car.
And at this point, should Mr. Tucker, given the fact that there were at least two and possibly three officers there, was it necessary for Mr. Tucker to be there?
Not, in my opinion, no.
Okay, let's go forward. Looks like he's pushing him hard against the car, Chief?
Yes.
He's got his hand around Mr. Medina's neck.
Yes.
Okay, let's go forward. Is that Officer Paul coming in?
Yes.
And it looks like they're doing something with the handcuffs, Chief. Could you tell us what they're doing and why they're doing it?
It looks like they're getting ready to change them from behind his back to up front so that they can place him in the prisoner transport van.
Is that the preferred way to transport a prisoner with the cuffs on in front?
Yes.
And the purpose for that is to?
So that they don't hurt themselves. Sometimes, like we mentioned earlier, it gets bumpy back there and we want them to be able to maintain their balance so that they don't hurt themselves while being transported.
All right, go forward, please. Let's stop it there. Chief, seen the video, describe what you saw and what your reaction is in terms of the performance of Officer Paul and Mr. Tucker.
So first, just in reference to Mr. Tucker, I feel like his actions precipitated what just took place. I feel like there was enough officers there that he could have removed himself from that situation. All of the aggression and anger was focused on Mr. Tucker. Had he moved away, I think Mr. Medina, there's a potential, would have calmed down. All of his focus was on Mr. Tucker. We will never know for certain if he in fact would have, because the argument was already made, well, if Tucker wasn't there, he would have focused his aggression on someone else. I think the overwhelming majority of our cops, especially that work the bar area, realizes that when you're dealing with an intoxicated subject, everybody responds to alcohol differently. Some people get extremely happy and giddy, some people get sleepy, some people get angry and agitated, so on and so forth. But when you're dealing with an intoxicated individual and there's several cops on scene, just based on my experience, there's usually one cop that they focus on and they target lock on that officer and they hate that officer. And then there'll be another cop that they will absolutely love and cooperate and comply and do everything that officer asks them to do. And looking at this video, Tucker was the one that Mr. Medina focused on, had target lock on, for whatever reason, could not stand him and was very aggressive towards And then you have Officer Rowland, who he turns to, refers to her as baby girl, and basically says, I will listen to you, I'll blow if you do it, so on and so forth. You know, so he takes a liking to Rowland. So that shows you the contrast between his actions towards this group of officers.
Now, we have,
one quick question here. What was that term you were saying, striking to something?
Compliance strikes.
And what, is there a thing called compliance strikes? What can you do?
Yes, I've heard that before, compliance strikes, but none of them ever include a shot to the head, because that is considered deadly force. Because if you punch somebody in the head in the right area, you can incapacitate them and possibly kill them by striking them in the head.
Is there something in the manual that describes that?
There may be, I haven't. Because we also have aspatons, and that's what they're used for.
What kind of
aspatons? I don't have mine on the ASP.
Oh.
Aspatons.
Okay.
so, you've just been asked about compliance strikes.
Right.
Tell us about the strikes that you see Officer Mr. Powell using against Mr. Medina.
So
Compliance strikes?
So I'm gonna back up for a minute, because earlier in this video, when Mr. Tucker takes Medina, grabs him by the neck, pushes him back against the car, hand him around the throat, I was proud of Poff, because he stepped in, because it also talks about a duty to intervene, and he actually does that. He gets out of the car, he comes around, and he separates Tucker from Mr. Medina. And then he says, hey man, stop, knock it off, calm down. So initially, I'm watching the video and I see that and I'm like, great job. You did exactly what we're supposed to do. Because we're human beings. Mr. Tucker allowed this guy to get under his skin. Someone else on scene should step in and separate. That was Mr. Poff. So Mr. Tucker decides to hang around. He decides, you know what? I ain't going nowhere. He stands there, takes a posture, folds his arms like, basically, I'm the police, I ain't moving. I ain't going nowhere. And we see Mr. Medina still agitated. All of his focus still primarily on Tucker. Sees an opening while they're switching the cuffs. He sees an opening. And he takes and he kicks Tucker. Once he kicks Tucker, they grab him, they take him to the ground, and that's when this comes into play. That's the proverbial shit show once they get him on that ground. And that's when you see the multiple strikes to the head that were delivered by Poff while Tucker's coming over the top of him, attempting to deliver more strikes.
Chief, jumping ahead for a moment, you terminated Mr. Poff and Mr. Tucker. Tell the arbitrator, and we're going to look at the third video in a minute, but if you could now tell the arbitrator what was there that caused you to decide that they needed to be disciplined and terminated?
Well, it was a culmination of the entire event. There wasn't one specific section in the video where I say, that right there, that's why I'm terminating, or that right there, that's why I'm terminating. When you look at the entirety of this incident in the event as a whole, and how had Mr. Tucker removed himself from that situation, it never would have happened, in my opinion. So I'm looking at this in its totality. I'm not looking at it as just one phase. There were other things that I saw, obviously, when he has him up against the car with his hand around his neck. I didn't like that. I didn't like the appearance of it. I didn't think it was necessary to do it the way he did it, but I would have retained his employment. If it ended there, I would have retained his employment. We would have retrained, he would have been disciplined, he would have been retrained, and 9 times out of 10, he would have probably been working this weekend. So it was the culmination of this entire event that led me to the decision. And it was not an easy decision, because I don't just think about these cops. It's bigger than them. I think about their families too. So if I'm making a decision like that, I know it affects more than just them. But I also said earlier, in every decision that I make, I gotta be able to go home and go to sleep, right? I lost a lot of sleep reviewing this, a whole lot, looking at this video, watching it over and over and over again. And just sitting here watching it again, frame by frame by frame, my actions would be the same, even to this day. Because when I look at this, this was totally avoidable. And I look at other incidents that have occurred in other areas of the country, and I've seen cops get prosecuted for less than what's in this video right here. I see cops get prosecuted for less than what's in this video right here. And who answers for it? It's never the cops that answer for it. It's never the union that answers for it. It's always the police chief that answers for it. I knew that when I took this position. I knew that. No one comes knocking and asks the cops, why did you do that? They don't come knocking and say, hey, union, you represent this guy. Explain this. It's always the police chief, always, that has to explain it. And guess what? I can't explain it. I can't.
Okay. You were asked a question about compliance strikes, and I'm not sure you're familiar with them or not, but the punching that you saw Mr. Paul doing was to the head, and I think you testified that that is serious when you hit someone in the head because it could be lethal.
So it's considered deadly force, yes, when you strikes to the head.
All right, let's go to the last one, which is the number.
Look at me. You can't. No, you can't read that shit to me till a motherfucking judge read that shit to me. No, you can't read that shit to me. You can't.
So you're refusing it?
No, I refuse it. You know why? Because I'm being beat on. Don't worry about us.
This is from
You're bullshit.
Are we taking them with you?
She got it. Hey, yo, there you go. She got it. There you go, son. You got this. No, I'll do the test if it's her. I'll do the test if it's her. Why? Why you scared? If it's her, I'm telling you. Yo, pussy. The police is pussy. Get on my face, dog.
Okay, hold it there for a second. I think we've heard Officer Tucker say, get out of my face, dog, correct?
Correct.
Now he's pushed him back against the vehicle. What do you see there, Chief, and what is your reaction to it?
I see his hand that appears to be under his chin, around the neck. I don't know how much is neck, I don't know how much is the shirt. But again, I see an incident right here that could have been avoided.
Yeah, looking at his arm, he's got a muscular arm. Congratulations, Mr. Tucker. But it looks like his muscles are pretty well flexed, showing that he's using some strength, some force, correct?
Correct.
Put on my face, you understand me?
Yeah.
Your mother's a pussy. Your father's a pussy.
Stop that shit.
You're a fag.
Stop that shit already, man.
I'm gonna put charges on you.
You got no charges, man. Come on.
I'm gonna put
Let's
charges.
go, man. You got no charges.
I'm gonna put charges.
Stop, man. Yeah, on the road, yeah.
Let me go.
Nah, man.
Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Your mother's a pussy. Your father's a pussy. And guess what? Bendito, everybody got this shit. It's all down pat. It's down pat. Hey, yo, I ain't gonna disrespect you. It's down pat. Hey, yo, it's down pat. Look, there you go. It's down pat. Look, hey, stay by. Look at me, boss. Look, I will never disrespect you. Look at me. I will never disrespect you. Now, you're a pussy. Your mother's a pussy. Your father's a pussy. Oh, yeah. That's why you're Jamaican, you fucking faggot. That's why you're a fucking faggot. It's okay. Hey, I never disrespect you. And you know what? All this shit's recorded. Guess what? Your mother's a fucking pussy. You fucking faggot. You man. Here you go, boss. No, I'll slap you. You're a faggot. Your mother's a faggot. Your father's a faggot.
Hey! Crazy man? You don't fucking do this shit, man. Fucking crazy. I'm feeling so fucking do this shit. I'm feeling fucking idiot.
Okay. Okay, I'll believe it.
That's okay.
I'll believe it. Okay, let's hold it there. All right, Chief, this is similar to what we've seen, but a different angle, different camera. Tell us what you've seen and your reaction to it as the Chief of Police.
That is not what I want any officer of mine doing or engaged in. I saw the subject get taken to the ground. I saw multiple strikes at the subject while on the ground by both Mr. Park and Mr. Tucker.
And in your opinion, was that action that they took in violation of the directives of the department?
As far as excessive force, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with either of them after this incident?
Yes.
And what was the conversation? Let's start with Mr. Paul. What was the conversation?
Mr. Poth came in and very, very humble, very professional, didn't provide any excuse whatsoever. Said, I screwed up. And, you know, I'll accept whatever, but he wanted to retain his employment. Both Mr. Poth, Mr. Tucker, both came in very humbly, and I appreciated that. I'll tell them again, I appreciated how they came in. Didn't make any excuses, didn't make none. So when they came in, that's referred to as the Laudermill hearing. The Laudermill hearing is a hearing that's provided to the officers in the union prior to starting the grievance process. That they get to come in and say, you know what? Maybe there was something that you didn't see, Chief. Maybe there was something that you didn't know. Maybe there was some mitigating circumstances that you weren't aware of when you made that decision to terminate. And we want an opportunity to sit down with you and share that with you right now. And hopefully, with this new information, it will change your decision. They came in, they didn't make any excuses. They didn't provide any new information. Basically, I was told, we'll accept anything other than a termination, but be cautioned that if you stick to termination and we end up in arbitration, we're going to pull up all these comparators and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And just be ready. If you do anything, if you don't back off of that termination, just be ready, because there's comparators and there's violations and there's this and there's that. So if you don't reverse your decision to terminate, just be ready, is what I was told.
That's what you were told. By then?
Yes, there was an attorney. It wasn't this gentleman here. It wasn't.
I'm just trying to sort out, was it the grievance themselves or was it their representative?
No, it was their representative, not them.
Okay.
They stayed humble the whole time.
Okay.
They stayed very respectful the whole time. There was an attorney that came in, and you have to forgive me, I don't remember his name. And he literally played the race card in that meeting. Even Mr. Tucker got upset. And Mr. Tucker said, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Don't go there. It was more along the lines of, you know, do you really want to do this to, you know, this African-American cop, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what? We couldn't have been more aligned in that. And he basically was trying to shut the attorney down and say, hey, man, don't go there. don't bring that up, because it's got nothing to do with race. It's got nothing to do with race. He said, I own what I did. I'm just asking for the chief to not terminate, but don't go there.
Okay.
I don't remember that attorney's name. It wasn't this gentleman here.
All right, Chief, you call this the louder mill hearing, which is a hearing that's held, kind of like a name clearing hearing.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
And was there anything during this meeting, hearing, it's not really a formal hearing, during this meeting, this louder mill meeting, that changed your mind that termination was the appropriate discipline for both gentlemen?
You know what? In the end, I stuck to my decision, but it was not an easy decision. And it was not an easy decision because I appreciated how they came into that meeting. I appreciated how they came into the meeting, but at the end of the day, it was still my decision. At the end of the day, that was the decision that I made.
All right, Chief, ultimately you made a proposed decision, which are exhibits number 11 and 2B number 12. And I just want you to identify those.
You said 11 and 12?
Yes, sir. They are already admitted into evidence, but I just want you to. Those are the proposed discipline.
Yes.
You got it?
Yes.
For 11 is Mr. Clough and 12 is Mr. Tucker.
Yes.
And the proposed discipline was termination.
Yes.
And then, I think it was several weeks later, you proposed the final discipline, which are exhibits 13 and 14, 13 for Mr. Clough and 14 for Mr. Tucker. And those are being shown to you.
Yes.
And ultimately, your decision was, your final discipline was termination, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, each of those final disciplines cite various directives, which we don't have to go through because they're right there. The document speaks for itself. Mr. Tucker was found in violation of 204.11, 200.4, 200.6, 200.30, 1006.4, and 1006.8. Does that sound familiar to you?
Sounds familiar, yes.
And Mr. Clough was found in violation of directives 204.11, 200.6, 200.30, 1006.4, and 1006.8. Is that correct?
Sounds correct, yes.
And those are directives that are made by the department
Yes.
regarding conduct, many things
Yes.
regarding the way police officers should conduct themselves, correct? Okay. And to your knowledge, were Mr. Paul and Mr. Tucker aware of these directives?
To my knowledge, yes.
Is it part of the training that police officers receive that they become aware and read the directives of the department?
Yes.
Is there training in use of force? I know we discussed it a little bit, but are any other training that you know of?
Yes, we do train because we are issued less than lethal weapons such as a taser. So there's training for everything that we equip our officers with. Some are considered lethal, some are considered less than lethal.
And again, in making your decision, I know you testified to this, but in making your decision, you took into account the totality of the circumstances, everything that was taking place.
Yes.
There was some mention during the opening, and since I have you on the stand now, I thought I would ask you about Mr. Allen, Officer Allen.
Yes.
Familiar with that situation?
Yes, I am.
All right, could you tell me, or tell the arbitrator, a little bit about that?
So back in, I believe it was January, Officer Allen responded as backup to a trespasser in a vacant lot. Again, I said he responded as backup. They made the decision to detain this gentleman while they searched the vehicle. He was sat down on the ground. At some point, they located some ammunition inside of the vehicle. And there was another officer on scene. It was Officer Best, asked Officer Allen, did you search him? So Officer Allen at that time walks behind the subject that's detained, grabs him by the back of the shirt, literally wraps the shirt like around his hand, and with two hands lifts him off the ground by the back of his shirt and up against the vehicle. And then proceeds to, do a search to clear him for any weapons, so on and so forth. When that was brought to my attention, I looked at that and I was not happy with how he handled that gentleman. He grabs him by the back of his shirt, pulls him up.
Is this a body cam you're watching?
Yes, this is a body camera that I'm watching. So he pulls him from the ground to his feet by the back of his shirt. And you could hear the guy for like a half a second, he kind of gurgles or kind of gags as he's being pulled up. So I looked at that and I was not happy with that whatsoever. So I decided to suspend him in response to what he did. I don't know how many seconds it was, but it was literally from the ground to his feet and then up against a vehicle. I looked at that, I wasn't happy with it. It was sent to the Officer Professional Standards. They did an investigation. It came to me with a recommendation of a suspension, and I concurred with that recommendation.
You remember the length?
It was a 1-day suspension.
Gotcha.
Now, Mr. Allen Officer Allen is white, Caucasian.
Yes.
Did that play any part in your decision as to the type of discipline he would receive?
Absolutely not.
What about Mr. Webb? Officer Webb, are you familiar with that one? It was mentioned, I'm not. I'm going to ask you about it.
The late Sergeant Webb, correct. I was not the decision maker on the late Sergeant Webb, God rest his soul. I was not the police chief when that occurred. So I'm not sure how we use that as a comparator when I wasn't the chief when that occurred.
You didn't make the decision on that?
Did not make the decision on that.
Chief, I'm going to ask you a question. It's a silly question, but for the record, I'm going to ask you. Are you African American?
I'm African American, yes, sir.
Do you favor one over the other?
Absolutely.
By that I mean one race over another.
Absolutely not.
Do you discriminate against one race over another?
Absolutely not.
I have no questions.
Okay, real quick before I forget, who does the actual training of the grievance?
Who does the training?
Yeah, when we're talking about de-escalation, et cetera, who actually does that?
There's, my training unit is charged with the majority of the training. Every once in a while, we may bring in a specialist from outside the department to deliver certain trainings, but the majority of all training is done in-house by our trainers.
But not by you yourself?
Not by me myself, no.
Not at this stage as chief?
Not at this stage as chief.
Did you do any training of either of the agreements before you were chief?
No.
And would that be because they started while you were either deputy or chief?
Well, I was never in the training unit.
Oh, okay.
I was never a trainer.
Okay.
I did teach, I taught in the police academy, I taught crime scene investigations.
But you were not part of the training?
No. I would also like to add something if we're wrapping up. I would like to add something.
I'll ask you that question that lawyers never should ask. Got anything else you want to say?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So in the process, in leading up to today, there were several requests that were made for things by the union in preparation for today. One of which was the body camera footage for Officer Allen. When that request was made, I fully expected there to be a video produced to the public, which I'm perfectly okay with, because once the public records requests are made, we know what's coming. We know that video is going to be released. I'm gonna get phone calls from the News Journal. I'm gonna get phone calls from the media inquiring about that particular incident and that video. So I received a couple calls from the media. The primary question that they asked was, Chief, if this happened in January, how come it's just now being produced? I said, that's a good question. I can tell you there's an upcoming arbitration, which is why this video is now coming out, because they're going to use this as a comparator, is what I said. But I also wanted to go on the record. I had every opportunity to take this video and hold the press conference and make sure it got in the hands of Channel 9, Channel 6, Channel 2, News 13, Fox 35, and make sure that all saw that particular video. I chose not to. Reason being is because even though I made a decision to terminate these two, they have families. They have children that will watch that. And I didn't want them to have to explain that, whether they agree with my decision or not. So I fully expect that at some point, all of this will be televised. I'm grateful that these two gentlemen are here in the corner, and hopefully they give this the same coverage that they gave Kevin out. I chose not to push all of this stuff out, not about them, it's bigger than them, because I personally hold no grudges against either one of them. That's not me, that's not on my heart. I feel like they made a mistake, and I made a decision. But it's never my intent to embarrass any member of this department. Never. So I just wanted that. So whatever transpires after today, whatever's produced after today, police chief wasn't behind pushing out anything that's going to further cause embarrassment. I don't play those games.
So let's go off the record for a second. Are we actually doing both grievances together? Or is it a separate hearing on Monday?
No, we're trying to do it both together.
Okay.
I have a feeling we may go over until Monday.
Oh, sure you will.
Yes, I suspect that we will, but.
They're combined, the facts there.
Right, okay, right. All right, that's good. So at this point, do you have anything further of this witness?
Not on direct, no, thank you.
Do you want to take some time to gather your thoughts to do cross, or what do we want to do?
Well, it's 1:20, what were we did? Gary, did
Oh, I'm
you
sorry.
talk about lunch?
Apparently, nobody is concerned about my blood sugars.
Well, I think perhaps it would be productive to get some food, and then you can be more effective on your cross-examination. At least that's what I'll say.
Oh, I like it. I don't eat lunch.
Where can we eat? What's?
Is this on
Well,
record?
there you go.
Or this-
No,
Oh, we're off there.
This place is up and down Beach Street, right down.
Yeah.
You have to tell us.
Let's just talk about mechanics now, just for a moment. I think we're going to Monday as well.
Oh, yeah?
Would you agree? Probably. I mean, you know your witnesses, you know how long it's gonna take.
Yeah, is Chief Young the only witness?
On
As of
direct, yeah.
Then
I can't say about rebuttal.
We may get done today.
I'm in favor of some lunchtime.
Yeah, I definitely need lunch.
Yeah, okay, so.
Technical expert, real quick question. When you play the video, does it always show up a time on it? Okay, and what you send me will have the same time?
I presume.
Okay, well, when I get mine, I will call you and identify a section and see if we match. 'Cause I
Okay.
hate to have my brief not agree with it.
Yes.
It'll
Yes,
be
I
within
do.
seconds, I can tell you
If you
that.
guys trust me to do that.
Sorry, I had too many binders. I have them in the binder so I can get to these out, but,
Oh,
this one's in the Tucker, and this one's in the audit sections. Those are the finalized IA form sheets.
okay.
And then this is just the IA investigation.
Okay.
I don't think this is everything.
No, not yet.
What are you gonna, do you wanna do?
No, I think it's. Yeah, joint document. And the documents, they all.
All right,
Okay,
then let me get,
you know what I'm saying?
I think I'll push it down.
is this one?
So we're still,
So it would be 18, if you wanna do that.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I want to get in before it gets dark, because I'm scary when I drive in the dark. When you only have one eye, there goes your depth perception into the dark.
Yeah, no, I know.
And if I go too long, feel free to cut me off whenever,
At the knees, sir.
anytime, anytime.
I've had detached records in both eyes.
Oh,
Fortunately, it happened
Yeah,
one
right.
and then the other,
Yeah.
not at the same time. But you lose depth perception.
yeah, absolutely.
All right, so what joints are we on now?
18.
18? So this is the assignment sheets to the final portion of the complaint.
Which one are we doing first?
Cost.
Off is number 18,
And then this is for Tucker, same.
number 19.
And then this is the report.
And that would be 20.
I have the IA.
Do you have another copy of the item?
Oh, I do have another copy, it's also in that binder.
Oh, all right, okay.
Alright, so, office 18.
Yes.
Oh, and an email. Out of both those. All right, so while he's looking through that stuff for me, I'll get started and I'll try to go essentially in the order that questions were asked you before. I think that'll be the easiest way. Chief Young, you had stated that you worked in investigative affairs, correct?
Internal affairs.
Or internal, sorry.
Yes.
I use IA too, so when I'm, with regard to internal affairs, is there a specific way an investigation is supposed to be done?
The specific what?
Way investigations are supposed to be done?
I'm not sure what we're getting at. I think it should be done fairly.
Are there statutes that have to be followed,
Yes,
i.e. the Officer Bill of Rights?
yes.
So, did you review the internal affairs investigation for both Tucker and Paul?
Yes.
And did you notice that investigator in both Tucker and Cloth did not swear that the contents of the report were true and accurate based upon his personal knowledge, information, and belief.
Did I notice? No.
So I'm going to hand you both 18 and 19. This is the attestation form for both Tucker and Cloth. Can you review those and tell me if that's accurate for what you received?
Based on my recollection, yes.
And in those forms, is that the only attestation you received with the IA investigation?
To the best of my remembrance.
Okay. And if not, they would have been provided?
Yes.
Correct, okay. So, can you tell me on there where they swear that the report is true and accurate based upon the personal knowledge, information?
Not on here.
And do you agree, and I'm reading straight from statute 112.533, that subparagraph 1 states that it must be verified pursuant to Florida statute 92.525 that the contents of the report are true and accurate based upon the person's personal information, personal knowledge, information, and belief. In subsection 2, states include the following statement sworn and subscribed pursuant to 92.525. I, the undersigned, do hereby swear under penalty of perjury that to the best of my personal knowledge, information, and belief, I have not knowingly or willfully deprived or allowed another to deprive the subject of the investigation of any rights contained in Florida statute 112.532, 112.533 Florida statutes, and that the requirements of subparagraph 1 and 2 shall be completed prior to the determination as to whether to proceed with disciplinary action or to file disciplinary charges.
So first of all, that was a lot. That was a lot for me, and it may have been a lot for the arbitrator, and I don't have all of these statutes memorized.
Okay. Well, let me provide it to you, and then you can read it. It's the highlighted portions.
You got one of those for me?
I do not think I have an extra copy. I can place that one into the record, but I don't believe I made extra copies of that.
Okay, be sure to include it with your brief.
I will, absolutely.
Mr. Lambert, please slow down when you're reading.
Oh,
Okay, thanks.
you have to tell me that all the time.
I want to make sure everybody's briefing the same thing. Are you going to be contending in the brief that because they didn't follow that, they can't discharge?
Correct. Because the investigation would not be complete pursuant to Florida statute. And Florida statute's the only way they can do any type of punishment is by completing that IA investigation the way it's stated in the statute.
Okay.
Is that entered?
No, it's incorporated by reference, I guess you could say. But we could get a copy before we leave here. It's called this Joint 21 or just Union 1. What do you want to do?
Whatever, it's a Florida statute, so.
We'll call it Union 1. And then we'll make sure that everybody gets copies before we get out of here.
No, you are not allowed to play with the computer.
If anything, I can just run and get copies of that.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Which one is it?
112.533.
Here.
Oh, do you have one?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have 5?
No.
All right, so I'm just gonna make, so everybody's got the same copy. I'm gonna make a copy.
So, based on that statute and what you've reviewed, do you agree that subsection 1 is not contained within that report?
I'm going to object as it calls for a legal conclusion. They can certainly argue that in their brief.
Well, it's pretty clear that the affirmation or whatever is not there. So I'm assuming you're going to be arguing that it's invalid. You you're gonna be arguing that it wasn't raised in the grievance, and then I'll sort it out.
For that, once all is said and done, I do have audio of the step 3 grievance, which is the only one recorded where it was raised. And I'll play that later. So, the second attestation that is part of that report is that Florida Statute 112.532 was not violated. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, I have Florida Statute 112.532. Can you read that highlighted section for me, please?
All identifiable witnesses shall be interviewed whenever possible prior to the beginning of the investigative interview of the accused officer.
And are you aware that Mr. Medina was not interviewed or attempted to be interviewed?
I specifically asked that we attempt to reach out to him for an interview. At what point in the investigation, I don't remember, but I know as the police chief, prior to issuing discipline, I made that request.
And do you have any personal knowledge that was done?
I was told that, to the best of my remembrance, he didn't want to come in.
Okay. And do you recall who it was that did that, that made the call?
One of the two that are currently assigned to internal affairs.
Okay.
I don't know which one specifically.
And do you recall whether that was, do you just want to do copies of that one for the record too? And do you recall whether that was before or after the IA investigation was completed?
I know it was prior to the completion, but I don't remember the exact.
And was that documented anywhere?
I don't believe so.
Okay, real quick, you can treat yourself as under oath. When did the union get joint 20? Was it during the grievance process, after the grievance was filed?
My understanding, and Greg will have to correct me because I wasn't a part of that, but my understanding is the completed IA report was it immediately prior to the phase 1? It was after the punishment, correct?
I think we got everything after the punishment, after that.
Okay.
They're completed, they had everything except for the completed narrative. We had to get Daytona separates that attestation date from the IA narrative.
So the question is, was it before or after the step 1 grievance was filed?
It was we got it before, and we brought it up at step 1.
Okay.
Step 2 was waived, and we brought it up at step 3.
Okay.
And we have audio that being brought up in step 3.
Okay.
And it was part of the initial actual grievance in that bill of rights was violated, is actually in the grievance itself.
Okay.
Mr. Cook been sworn?
It kind of flowed.
Yeah, I know, it flowed from him to him, I just don't know if he's been sworn. I don't mind the informality, what I do mind is if he's not been sworn.
I think you've been sworn, right?
No.
No, you weren't. You just got it. Do you swear or affirm that all you've said and all you will say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall reading in the IA investigation under Kirsten Rowland's testimony, and I can provide you a copy of it if you want. Under Kirsten Rowland's testimony, where it states that Rowland was shown surveillance video of the holding corridor and asked to clarify actions seen on the video because the video had no audio.
That's what it says, yes.
Is that accurate?
Which video?
The holding corridor video.
That's not accurate. There's audio.
No audio of whom? Is this
I think he's referring to audio in the Sally Port.
No, this was the hallway video that was presented by the city
Okay.
that they're referring to in this report.
Okay.
And then Lieutenant David basically mirrored what you had said regarding did a good job initially, Pot did a good job initially by intervening, however, felt they needed retraining. Contacted to put some training together and requested that you handle the shift level with retraining, is that correct?
That's correct.
And why was that request denied?
Because I did not agree with his opinion on it, and my opinion superseded his.
Okay, and I'm sorry, where were you reading from?
That was, part of it was from the IA investigation, Lieutenant Davin witness, or David witness officer.
It's
In joint 20?
Davin, thank you.
Was it that joint 20?
Yes, sir. And then the second part was a memorandum that he had sent out. Did you pull that memo? And I'll pull that memo and provide it. Before we get into comparables, with regard to ICAT, when did that start with Daytona?
I believe approximately 2016, approximately.
And to clarify with, you were asked about training. Isn't it true that training continues throughout your entire career as an officer?
Yes.
That every day is a training day, basically?
On the job training, yes.
And just to that was all three. These are three different memos.
I got it.
There's nothing else on that. And that'll be three. That's the Davin memo we discussed.
Let me digest this one first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm not gonna pull up the hallway videos unless I have to, but I think we all remember it. But with Officer Rowland and Roll, Officer Rowland was the officer in charge, correct?
Correct.
And in your opinion as the chief, how was the situation handled by Rowland and Roll with regard to controlling the suspect?
I think they could have been maybe a little bit more engaging as far as making attempts to de-escalate.
And would you agree that, but for the lack of de-escalation, both in the hallway and ultimately in the Sally Court, that Poth wouldn't have even been involved if the situation was being handled?
Say it one more time.
With the situation in the hallway and the Sally Court, with the officers not controlling the situation, but for that, would Poth have even been involved in this?
There's a good possibility he may have stayed in his vehicle.
And who's the he?
Poth, Mr. Poth.
Officer Poth. At the beginning, up until Officer Tucker was struck, had Poth done everything correctly by breaking them up, controlling the situation, and controlling the suspect?
Yes.
And did you consider that in mitigation on your decision?
Yes.
Now, what made you make the same decision of termination for Poth and Tucker?
So it was a very difficult decision because I do believe that Mr. Tucker was more of the, his actions precipitated everything that was involved, but I was very, very uncomfortable with the strikes to the head that were delivered by Mr. Poth multiple times. It appeared to me like he snapped and he just went to those head strikes. And I was very, very uncomfortable with that.
Now, can you point to anything within your policy that states that head strikes cannot or should not be used?
I know it's listed in here under deadly force. We consider it deadly force striking to the head.
Okay, well, let's see if you can find that and let's look at it in context.
We're dealing with a number of different policies. They could give us one that you're talking about.
Well, he's asking for anything that says you can't strike in the head, so you should have it, however it might be.
It's right here in the definition of deadly force. Do you want me to read it to you?
Yeah, please identify where it is.
It's page 9 in the use of force directive.
Which is exhibit, or is it an exhibit already or no?
It should be, yes. If I can
Yes,
see which one it is.
It's exhibit J9.
J9.
Yeah.
Page 9, did you say?
Page 9.
Page 9.
Under the deadly force. Go ahead, Chief.
Techniques used as a last resort. It's deadly force. Techniques used as a last resort, which may result in imminent death, great bodily harm, or permanent disfigurement, such as use of a firearm, comma, vascular neck restraint / holds, comma, choke holds, or impact weapon strikes to the head, unless impractical under the circumstances, comma, officer shall attempt to give a verbal warning prior to use of deadly force with a firearm.
So is it your?
I'm sorry, I'm not finding it. You say joint exhibit 9?
It's page 9.
10.
Oh, joint exhibit 10?
10, yes.
Oh, I have it as joint 9.
1006, page 9.
Page 9, okay. And where are we looking?
There's a bullet point.
Bullet point for deadly force.
So is your testimony that fists are considered an impact, quote, impact weapon?
Not necessarily, no. Your fist isn't. An impact weapon will be more like the aspeton or the peacekeeper that the officers carry.
Okay.
So,
wait a second. Strikes to impact weapon strikes to the head. It doesn't say anything about strikes to the head without an impact weapon.
You're correct.
All right. I'm sorry.
so is there anything that discusses punches to the head?
No.
Now, when you stated that his anger was directed towards Officer Tucker. And that Officer Rowland could have done better because he was talking to her and conversing with her.
Whenever you use a he, I gotta know who we're talking about.
I apologize. When you stated that Mr. Medina, the suspect, was conversing better with Officer Rowland, did you see in the hallway video where he looked directly at Officer Rowland and said, Rowland, when Officer Tucker left, and said, "You're a piece of shit too"?
Yes.
So, but it's your position that if Tucker had left, he wouldn't have redirected any animosity?
Because I saw both sides. I saw where he directed his derogatory statement towards her, but then I also seen where, because he's intoxicated, he's up and down, where he is willing to cooperate with Rowland.
That's when he's in the garage and calling her baby girl, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in the hallway, he called her a piece of shit too, in the
Garage.
Sally Ford, he said.
I also believe there was a part in there where he was even cooperative with Officer Toth. And he used the term, it was in Spanish, I don't remember exactly what the term was, but Toth seemed to respond to it like, all right, I hear you, just chill out.
Now, in Joint 20, the IA investigation, Officer Razmet's testimony.
Page?
That would be page 2 and page 3. Razmek went on to say, when Medina was being placed in the van, he kicked Razmek in the chest. So were you still convinced that there would not be a confrontation but for Officer Tucker being around?
I said I couldn't say that with 100% certainty, but I felt like there was a strong possibility Mr. Medina would have de-escalated sooner, a lot sooner, had Mr. Tucker not stuck around as long as he did, which caused him to continue to be agitated.
But according to the IA report, he never settled down.
Objection, I don't know where that's in the IA report, I don't know if that's just.
Well, what he's saying is the guy was still kicking as he was going into the van. That's the most I got out of that.
Yes, exactly.
And you see, as you watch the video in its totality, there's ups and there's downs. There's times where he's temporarily docile, and then he will flare up again. So there was a wave of emotions regarding Mr. Medina.
Now, we saw the video of the Sally Ford. Isn't it true that when Officer Todd stopped his strikes, that Mr. Medina was still struggling and trying to essentially not comply?
I don't remember seeing that.
And this is the Sally Ford video. I just clipped it down. Would you agree that he'd stop striking at this point?
You can't.
Who's the he?
Officer Pond. Let's say by that point, do you agree that everyone stopped striking?
Yes.
And does it appear he's still struggling?
Let's finish playing. I can't.
Here, I'll go back a little bit. So it appeared they all relaxed at that point, but up until then, they were still struggling with him, correct?
It looked like once the strike stopped, he stopped struggling.
So that's not struggling still?
Can you back up a little bit again?
Yeah. And just as an aside, it appears that Officer Tucker pulled a punch. Is that accurate to you?
He pulled the punch, meaning he held up on it?
Correct.
That last one, yeah.
And so we'd agree that the striking is done at this point, correct?
At this point, yes.
Okay. And does he still appear to be struggling?
I can't make that determination because you still have 1, 2, 3 officers with hands on them. I don't know if they're trying to turn them a certain way. I can't tell if it's struggling or if that's the movement that the officers are doing to try to, hold him down or whatever the case may be.
I can't tell either, and I gotta decide the case.
Yeah.
There's just too many bodies in the way.
That's what I was asking the expert. More expertise than any lessons. So, we will get to the comparables. Can you balance?
May I make a statement before we get to the comparable?
Absolutely.
So I wanted to go back to the question in reference to the strikes to the head. So I just stated I'm not an expert. I'm even further from a medical expert. But what I will tell you is that because we have a bar area in this city and we end up breaking up bar fights every weekend, we see it every weekend where a strike to the head causes individuals to lose consciousness. Some suffer brain bleeds, some suffer concussions, so on and so forth. And that is not with an impact weapon, that is with a fist. We see that routinely during bar fights, and it all centers around strikes to the head with a fist.
It's the IA. Yeah, the assignment sheet and the FTL. I was just, I can do it as one or separate, or whatever the easiest for you. Okay. Then, we can put this on as one. This is the Kevin Allen packet. It's got the assignment sheet, the IA, and the FTL.
So that would be Union 4.
So, just to touch back on this being deadly force, if they are, then why aren't they listed in your policy as deadly force?
Well, I think we went with excessive force.
Now, you had stated that you take the totality of the circumstances in your decision.
Yes.
In the totality of the circumstances, is part of that whether they are truthful in an IA investigation?
Yes.
And is part of that whether they own up to their mistakes or not?
Yes.
And I would assume that being truthful and owning up is something that is a positive, not a negative.
It's a positive.
And I would assume that not telling the truth in an IA and denying any culpability would be a negative.
Correct.
So, with Officer Allen, did he own up to his mistakes?
Yes.
He did.
Yes.
Can you give me another copy of the Allen? Do you recall that the investigator in Kevin Allen found that he did not tell the truth during the IA investigation?
So let me clarify. When I met with him, he owned up to his mistake. That's what I'm referring to. When I sat down and met with him, he owned up to his mistake.
And that was before the internal affairs investigation?
It was after, I believe.
Okay. So it was after the investigative summary found that he wasn't telling the truth?
I don't remember all the summary of Kevin Allen.
I'll provide you, this is the whole packet, but it has the Allen investigation, and the investigative summary is listed as page 9. That's what I need. And I'll give you a minute to read page 9 and 10.
I'd like to highlight Officer Allen's testimony. In his interview, advised he gave a quick pat down in the center of his back where his pockets were. On Axon, Allen did not search Howard prior to placing him on the ground the first time he went missing. Then Allen said he didn't know if he missed something. Officer Allen advises he lifted Howard up like that because he was reaching into the rear of his pants. And then it goes on. And the finding was that on Officer Allen's body camera, you can see Howard's hands are exposed and out in the open while Officer Allen's radioing for the prisoner transport wagon. And that Officer Allen alleged that he was giving physical resistance. However, it was found that Howard appears to not be giving physical resistance. However, he is using offensive language and being very verbally rude toward Officer Allen. And that Allen states, it's almost like he lost balance. He was almost taking me down with him. Allen says it's when he turned and we went down to the ground. The Axon video depicts Officer Allen intentionally taking Howard to the ground, while Howard showed no resistance. Allen never went to the ground. He was in a standing position, slightly bent over. So does that refresh your recollection regarding whether he was truthful or not in his internal affairs investigation?
Yes.
And was he truthful?
The way this is documented, it appears that he may not have been truthful.
And was that taken into consideration with Officer Allen's punch?
It was not.
Would that change where you are?
Potentially, yes.
With respect to what?
With respect to the
you?
level of discipline is issued in this particular incident.
For Allen.
For Allen.
So what you're saying is if you knew that you might have punished him more severely?
There's a potential, yes. I can't say definitively. I can say my discipline was issued just as I did in this case that we're here for, based off what I viewed on the video.
I got to tell everybody, I hate to mention pronouns in Florida, but when you speak of a he or a they, you identify them so I know what we're talking about.
Yes, sir. So, and your recollection on Kevin Allen was that it was just a half a second yank up by the shirt?
Yes.
And I have two videos. I'll show the
You look like you were confused, that's why I wanted to clarify.
This is Officer Allen's Axon video first. And I'll just enter whatever we use in evidence at the end.
All right. So you're going to identify what number it is later. Okay.
What? Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
I can't stand up. You don't have that in the car, do you, Chris?
You're not getting choked.
I believe in the black book bag there's a it's a big little aerosol.
You got any needles on you?
I don't
You're choking me, dude. Stop moving.
Oh my god.
Come on, man. Please. Sit down. Sit. Right there. Sit down.
Stop
Sit down. Sit down. Sit.
Stop talking and stop.
Now, Officer Bessie's Axon has a better view of it.
Did you pat him down? What? Stand up. Stand up.
I can't stand up.
You don't have that in the car, do you, Chris?
Is that air?
There's a people go down the car. Hello? Sir.
Now, does he still appear to be being choked?
Yes, he still appears to have the restriction.
And the face color is clearly different than when he was sitting on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Why am I getting choked, dude? Yes, you are. You're choking me, man.
I believe that the black book knife there's
It's
a nice little aerosol.
You don't mind? I don't know.
Now, we also have video of him being taken to the ground, which we can show or not show. But do you still believe that it was just a half-a-second choke?
No, it was 2 seconds long.
And do you now recall, again, one of the sustained issues with Officer Allen, that excessive force was used in him being, and the suspect and Mr. Allen being taken to the ground?
Say that one more time.
Do you also now recall that part of the findings in the IA investigation was that there was also excessive force used in the armbar technique to move the suspect in Officer Allen's case and Officer Allen taking him to the ground?
I don't mind if we pull it up. You said you.
I'll play it, yeah.
That I just read to you. Stand up. Stand up. I can't, guys, I'm a big guy. I can't, it's a little hard for me to stand up. Hey.
Chris, what do I say?
No, you don't talk to that out, guys. Don't make your own. Why am I being arrested? Do you want to push back or do you want to walk?
I'm asking.
Okay. Oh, I got stick, dude, there's stickers all inside. Guys, stop, dude. Why are you being so mean to me, man? There's stickers in my foot.
And that right there, just so everyone knows, that's an armbar technique to get him to move in the direction you want him to, correct?
Correct.
For real. You never even stops, man. Come on. Jesus, dude. That's your stop, man. What the fuck is your problem, man? You're good. You're just... Stop. Stop. Oh, what? I'm not doing this. Stop it. I can't do nothing. Oh, please stop. Oh.
And do you recall that portion of it now?
Yes.
Do you also recall that Officer Allen was found in violation of the, with regard to not de-escalating a situation?
Yes.
And specifically, Officer Allen's mere presence aggravated this incident. Officer Allen mocked and laughed at Howard while making comments about Howard not being such a tough guy after all. Officer Allen's interaction with Howard did not de-escalate the situation, resulting in Howard referring to the Officer Allen as a bully, correct?
Yep, I agree with all of it.
So, everything that Tucker and Poth were found in violation of, Officer Allen was as well, correct?
I believe so.
Now that we've gone over all that, why did Officer Allen get a 1-day suspension and Mr. Poth and Mr. Tucker get fired?
Because I still believe that that video.
Which video?
The first video involving Mr. Poth and Mr. Tucker, in my opinion, was a lot more egregious. It's my opinion as the police chief. I believe it was more egregious.
But you just said Poth, you mean Tucker, or you mean both of them?
Both of them. The video that involved both of them.
Which is the one in the garage or whatever.
In the salad port.
Salad. Okay, gotcha.
Now, we had discussed strikes being deadly force, and again, I'm referring to Joint 10 on page 9.
Okay.
Isn't it true that vascular necks restraints / holds are specifically listed under deadly force, unlike fist strikes?
Yeah.
And would you agree that what Officer Allen did was a vascular neck restraint and/or hold?
A modified version of it.
So Officer Allen's would have been deadly force, well, is deadly force, by your own rules.
We can stretch it to that, yes.
I don't want to stretch anything. I want to go directly by your rules and regulations. Officer Tucker and Officer Poth's fist strikes are not listed. Vascular neck restraints are.
Can I provide a
Yes.
quick demonstration?
Absolutely.
Can I use Mr. Sexton as my?
Can I admit I'd enjoy it?
So as
As long as you don't use me, I'm happy.
So as we refer to, as stated in the directive, vascular neck restraints, most commonly we're referring to an actual chokehold where pressure is consistently applied in an attempt to incapacitate a person. This is strictly outlawed. This is prohibited. This is prohibited. And this is what this policy is specifically referring to. Now understand, I'm not gonna sit here and make excuses for Officer Allen because that's why he was disciplined, because the action that he did take and his reasoning was, or what the union brought to the table was, well, you have a policy in here reference to improvised actions, and that falls under improvised actions because he used, his shirt wrapped it around him and pulled him up off of the ground, but in that process, it temporarily deprived him of, it restricted his airway.
What's an improvised action?
An
Is it a good thing or a bad thing, or what?
An improvised action is something that you do that is not listed in policy. If you're in a knockdown, drag-out fight, if you're fighting for your life, if your life is in danger, you're expected to do whatever you need to do in order to make it home safely.
Okay.
So if you have to choke somebody out because they're grabbing for your gun or grabbing for your taser or
Right.
whatever, if you have to juke someone in the eye, if you have to strike somebody because your life is in imminent danger,
Right.
that's referred to as an improvised action.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And so would you say that Officer Allen's life was in imminent danger?
It was not, no.
Now, since we're talking about the improvised actions, I believe it's 1000.8. Double check that. Sorry, 1006.8, page 9 of J10. Both Tucker and Poth were found in violation of 1006.8. Can you tell me in that policy what it outlaws?
What it outlaws in this policy?
Yes.
Am I looking at the right thing? I don't see the.
Improvised actions in the middle of the page.
Yeah, but I don't see that it forbids anything.
It doesn't, that's what he wants me to say. It doesn't. It doesn't forbid anything. That's what he wants me to say. And I'll say, it doesn't forbid anything. That's why it's called an improvised action. So again, you asked me if Officer Allen's life was in imminent danger, and my response was no. And I would say the same for your clients.
Yeah. But weren't you saying they were charged with a violation of 1006.8?
Yes.
Well, you can't violate something that doesn't say you can't do something.
Okay, correct.
All right. got into a little bit of a mental conundrum there.
On Officer Allen's, in his packet, there is an FDLE form, 78.
So what exhibit are we in?
That is, our last exhibit, do you remember what number it was?
J20?
No, not the joint exhibit, it's the
Last union
exhibit.
4?
U4. It's the IA investigation for Officer Allen, it's all part of that same packet. Yes, sir. And it'll be the last 2 pages of that. So on 11, number 11 on that page.
I don't have it.
You don't?
The 78 form you're talking about?
Yeah, it's not in there.
Yeah, second last page of that
Should be
big
there.
thick packet.
Oh, did it not come? Can you grab me the 78?
Here. I'll look over your shoulder while you work over there. I charge very little extra for this.
You're billing the city, right?
Huh?
Billing the city, right?
So one page back right there, that's what I'm looking at. Number 11.
So number 11, it has the option for agency disposition, sustained violation 943.13 sub 4-7, or Rule 11B 27.0011. I think we can all agree that 11B 27.001 should be, this is the right one, you grab that one. State under moral character violations, and I can provide the stuff. Excessive use of force is one of those violations, is that correct?
Yes.
Why wasn't that box checked?
Which box? What number are you on there?
Number 11, agency disposition, the top line.
Oh, sustained, okay, got it. That right there, FAC in the box?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
If we got it. So why wasn't that box checked?
Repeat the question. I don't know why it wasn't checked.
Okay. Should it have been checked?
If it was a sustained violation, yes.
And do you know if this form was forwarded to FTL?
I'm assuming so, but I don't know for certain.
And would you be able to get us that information?
Someone would be able to get it to you, yes.
And is it required that this form be sent in with that violation?
Yes.
And where do you send it to?
To the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay, so school me, anytime there's a complaint against an officer, it has to go to
Any complaints that are sustained that are moral character violations have to be sent. It's actually, it'll be on page 2 of that. It has the rules.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what has to be sent.
Okay, you done with that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can resume my rest.
Drop the clock.
Thank you.
No, we didn't do it. I'm gonna call this
That would be 5. then this is the Sexton email that we were discussing. Can you advise me what you believe that last line meant and why it would be there?
Keep in mind also, if we reinstate her pay, it would provide her with more ammunition.
I'm sorry, sir, I have a hard time hearing you.
I'm just reading the last sentence.
Okay,
Do you want me to start over?
well, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, if you could just start over, please.
The last sentence says, keep in mind also, if we reinstate her pay, it would provide IUPA more ammunition to attempt to take over the unit again.
So what was that insinuating in your mind?
That if we awarded her the back pay, then I guess that would show favor to IUPA and their membership as far as accomplishing a mission.
And taking over the unit again, what does that mean?
That means they would be the official bargaining unit for the Daytona Beach Police Department.
And it appears that in that email, the person that sent it to you makes it sound like a bad thing if that were to happen.
Objection.
It says what it says. I get the drift.
And who sent that email?
Mr. Sexton.
Are you aware that he was the fair and neutral arbiter in the step 3 grievance? Are you aware?
I can't confirm that.
Okay.
So explain that term to me.
What's that?
The fair and neutral arbitrator?
Yes, for the CBA, the contract of Mr. Sexton is, and Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but the designee for the city attorney to rule on step 3 grievances.
Okay.
Is that accurate?
First of all, it's not the city attorney, it's the city
Or,
manager.
sorry, city manager.
Oh, I'd like to get into this.
Why not?
Hey, because I want to live in the city.
That's it.
Sure.
That's it.
I want to keep my job.
Why?
That's a good question.
And then, will you take me out of the web packet? And I'll provide this packet once we get it set up, but this is a much lesser comparable as it was from 2018. I just wanted to discuss it. What was your position with Daytona Beach Police Department in 2018 when the Officer Webb investigation was ongoing?
I had the best job in the organization. I was a number 2. Because a number 2 don't have to do this.
Why did you take the promotion? So you did have say on, or you had an opinion on Officer Webb's punishment, correct?
Yes, I believe I had an opinion, yes.
And what was your recommendation?
I don't remember.
Okay. And I don't have documentation saying it, so I do not know what you recommended. What ultimately happened with Officer Webb?
He was in a struggle on the boardwalk.
Oh, not the fence. That'll be in the report.
He's talking about the punishment. What was the punishment?
Suspension.
And it was 15 days, if I recall correctly. Does that sound right?
That's what was stated earlier, yes.
What's the longest suspension that you can recall somebody getting?
Here we go. There's one. And there it is. Just says.
Like issued as discipline or in resolution of a time served suspension from a return from termination. You know what I'm saying? Like, there would be
If it's a settlement, I don't want to know about it, because I shouldn't.
Well,
But imposed, what's the longest one that was imposed?
Chief, he's asking you, what is
What's the longest
suspension?
suspension that you're aware of that the city has imposed to an officer?
I know there have been hearings before where, like this, termination was recommended, and then in lieu of that, they use it as a suspension. They took the, so I don't know. I don't have a.
Okay. Technically, I should not know about settlement offers or settlement resolutions because that's against public policy. I'm talking about the initial, here's what it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. And this will be 6.
And that's all we're gonna get into that. That's, the comparable that we discussed that I just wanted, to be on the record. And again, it was when, the chief was second in command, the best job in the agency. And that is on the record. And going back to Alan for just a second, because I completely forgot, is it also true that on Officer Allen, that he did not report his use of force as required by your policies?
I don't remember that part. I know, because I can't, just like with these two gentlemen, I don't remember how it was brought to my attention.
Okay. And that'll be page 12 of, which one's that, 4? For the IA report for Allen. And it's number 2.
This ends at page 8.
It's in the findings.
Yeah.
Can I give you the whole?
I'm sorry.
I got the first 8 pages.
There's Alan's report, and it's just that right there. So he did not report it, correct? As required by your directives.
Correct.
And officers Tucker and Pop did, correct?
Correct.
Now, I'm not sure how much you'll recall of this, but were you involved with Officer Harrison Campaverde's taser incident?
I remember watching the video. I don't remember the date.
Okay.
Can you remind me of the date?
Yes, it looks like the date of occurrence was 4/10/2020. And the